Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. I'm Pxy-STREAM and we are making something different this time. We'll do a little of rigging though, but just to fix some things. So, this is about 3D animation in Blender, some sketchy 3D animations we're gonna do in this character as my main character for a sci-fi project. There's some asymmetry in the shoulder, so this was something I was doing last time with the simple joints on another kind of live stream. I'm not gonna fix the simple joints of this character all around, but what I can do, however, let's go back to the yeah, I need to fix this shoulder thing, so we're gonna just start. Before we start to go into the NLA Editor, why does it, I'm in Blender 4.0.02, soon Blender 4.1 will be released. I hope that will be a much better version than this one, which I think is a little more unstable than others, but well, it might be better than the previous 4 ones, right? But so why doesn't it have a shift F12 and I cannot keyframe it, strangely enough? So let me fix that, because I want to often hide it. So let's see, preference here, animation. No, that's not here. It's yeah, shortcut. So where's that? Key map, navigation. No, key map. Input maybe. No, key map. So it'll be NLA Editor, maybe to editors, maybe window, areas, screen editing. No, it's not here. Context stuff, no. Screen global, no. View T, maybe I should search NLA Editor here, but now I'm again in here, so no, that would be something that is not present here as a shortcut. Outliner, sequencer, it's the button for the editor type. Okay, let's just leave editor then. NLA, whatever for exit, NLA channels, clear tracks, select, set NLA F, no. So strangely I can, okay, so why about, let's try, where are they found? Shift plus F12, window, it's in window, so cycles, shift F2, no, F3, cycle space type set, alright, and it's in window, but yes, because it's a cycle between stuff. So name, window, cycle space set, but there's a screen setter cycle, shift F1, but doesn't say anything here. File browser, here, so we're starting to find it. Okay, we found it. So apparently there doesn't exist, so shift F12 is dope shit, but here it is. So we need to make some duplicate of this. I rarely use this thing. I think it's a bit complicated, although quite useful. So add new, right? Let's bring that to the up. Apparently it cannot be moved up, but that's fine. Let's get here. Could be, yeah, I'm gonna copy that. F12 press, shift F12 press. Okay. Shift F12. Okay. What is? It's a button. Yeah, but where? How do we? Okay, what are those button 1, 2, 3? Why does these things exist? Well, no. Okay, that should work. And NLA Editor, I hope this allows me to, yes. And let's save this. And yeah, no, it doesn't work. Nope, it's not working. Although Shift F12, it's not cycling. I should something. Let me take a last trial here. So this should be the same. And maybe something, I missed something elsewhere. Shift F12 press, dope shit. Oh, here we are again. I've lost the, so there's a, oh, I think I know what happened. Okay, keyboard. Okay, this is keyboard, and keyboard, just get this and let this be save. No, maybe if I, so this seems to be a bug, and okay, I already have this. So here I want the NLA, yeah, it says Shift 12 there, F12, but it doesn't work. So let me close Blender, open again. There it is, here. And Shift F12. No, still not working. So yeah, looks like a bug. Sometimes there is this kind of problem with the shortcuts. There are many that get reported at some point. I should probably do that. And so to start with, so sorry about that, this was a little problem but couldn't solve it. At least we have it here. Okay, disable auto keying, and right now I don't need to be looking at that because, oh, this is a timeline. this is the non-linear. Okay. So what I want before I start animating and making, yeah, or make some small clips, mini clips of actions, and I'm training 3D animation. I'm already a former 2D animator, like from traditional, but there's a long time I don't animate, and I'm in full projects, and so let's see. And then also I'm learning this NLA Editor, which is very strange way to make animation already. 3D animation. It's very odd. I think might be very good for game projects. But even for, I don't have too much experience 3D animation to know what is good or bad for example, this whole curve thing. For me, it's like for me that derives from traditional 2D animation. You know what the closest thing to a curve editing in 2D animator. You know what that is a thing like that. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna draw that. Annotations, view, annotations. Let's create notes. Yeah. Bring a color that, okay, something like that. So the closest thing into the animation, I think, from curve editing, it's as we draw some animation, we plan. So here is a starting keyframe, here's an end keyframe. So this is we draw this on the top corner or some corner of an animation page. Sheet of paper, then we animate the character. Yeah, so have the sheet of paper, we get some this thing here, for example, and then here we plan the timing ahead. So if we want to play with the curves in Blender, in 2D traditional animation, the animator, experienced animator usually, yeah, we know more or less, we have an idea of the amount of subdivisions, that is the in-between or breakdowns that we want for any particular thing, and then you want here, and so this starts. What does this means? Usually that here it starts slow because there are a lot of in-betweens here, and then it fastens out, and then it slows again. And so and maybe we can play so it's timing playing. So sometimes we don't need to divide in the middle. We can make something here, divide this in 3 parts, equal parts. So we'll have 1, 2 keyframes and perhaps 2 in betweens, exactly between this. But maybe then, yeah, before this maybe we decide, then we decide for in between here, don't know, it varies. So see, it's faster here, and then of course it will depend also what will be exactly the drawing on each of these. So usually it's supposed to follow a pattern, but the drawing that is made here is not so close to this one. Maybe it is a more radical shift, even the distance here, which is more. So this is the closest thing to curves, I think, one of the concepts in 2D animation. And what that means is that working on these little curves in animation, 3D animation, sounds so stupid, because it's like you're wasting time doing this kind of thing, like, oh, let me put this more here. Of course it's very powerful, but it's like you don't know how to animate, right? It's like you haven't planned ahead. So that's what I find. Of course, I'm not a 3D animator with a lot of experience, nor haven't I 2D traditionally animated a lot. So I just know the fundamentals well enough from many things, but there are many. It's just a point of view, of course. So right here, so I'm gonna leave this annotation because often do I want to note something. There's an insect that is annoying me. I'll try to do something about it. Alright folks, so let me... I wasn't able to get rid of it, but looks like a lost wasp in the night. Not a mosquito, but more like a... So I think it left... Yeah, so sorry about that folks, let's go back here. I'll close the... No, it's still there, but I still need to close the... Okay, so because it's night, my voice will be too loud for outside. Okay, so I still see it. Let's go back. So sorry folks. So we're going to challenge the NLA editor, and we're not using curve, we're going directly in keyframing, right? Some very easy tests, challenging with camera motion, yeah, because I've learned how to combine character animation and the camera. It's very difficult to do that, and here I already have something, but we're not gonna use this. I have, or maybe do a continuation of this. Yeah, there is more. It was like, oh, we need to be inside the camera. All right, so it was something like that, better without the armature, right? So just playing around, but I didn't have the physics at that time and at that moment. Something weird about the arm. Yeah, this arm, something is affecting the arm. It's something about the rig that happened. Alright, so there's this camera movement that is a bit odd. And there's something happening that the camera is just disappearing as I select something else. It's very weird, so I don't know why those things are happening, but basically I can hide all the NLA editor, and maybe those things are stored. I can start from another continuation, so I'm not gonna use this thing, right? So what I can do perhaps is to start from here already, so we're gonna anticipate any problem here regarding the NLA editor, which already contains some... Those are not actions, those are actually more than that, they are strips, right? So when action strips set in the NLA editor, there they are. So there's something for the camera, and so it was two actions that were turned to clip. I'm still also struggling with those things and everything, nearly everything, but it is feasible. I tried to make two camera actions, but actually it ended up being just one. So okay, let's continue doing one camera action for everything. That's fine, so I'll make it continue. It's very, very, very confusing. I used other software before, and like simpler ones with animation layers. It's so much easier, but nonetheless, this is what Blender offers. We love Blender, despite some it has great stuff, and some other stuff aren't as great as other more famous software or regular software. So blenders are generally softer, so I think I understand why it must be perhaps like that. It's just it has as it is being built, it has some constraints that other softwares may not have because they are specialist softwares. So maybe yeah, apparently there exists some add-ons that makes 3D animation easier, but I don't know about them yet, just as there are some for physics and animation rigging. Yeah, so right now yeah, let's try to fix the what's happening. So something is not responding. I think it's just a bone constraint that I forgot to disable here. Yes, this is no. Alright, so apparently so it was not this because the influence is 0, so it's not about this, it's something. I think I just unparented something. So let's fix this right away. So I said there's the mechanism and so the I key, this is the mechanism for arm, it is parent connect, this is correct. This is not the same thing, this is for automation of the pole target, it stretches to somewhere there. No, there's nothing to do with that. This one should be, oh, this. Okay, this shouldn't be parented here. I think it should be parented instead to the upper arm, mechanism upper arm. So let's see now. Oh yes. So why did I did that? I think because I've created a gravity, center of gravity bone to have some distinct, because this doesn't carry the hands. Well, it pushes the hand, but there's some delay, so it stretches a little, while this is like more like a root thing, so it carries everything. And so okay, so little mistake there. Let's see the parenting, it should be equivalent relations mech upper arm, right? Okay, so did I do the same mistake for the legs by having this thing mechanism tight? No, it was just for that. Okay, so here should be perfectly fine. So alright, so fix that, and just a minor detail. So what I'm gonna do here is, well, just before we, yeah, there's also a little problem I think in this mesh. No, this is not for now. So sorry, we need to address the shoulder. So last time is just fixing some symmetry and a small adjustment here. So there's helper bones here. I'm going to not destroy this particular rig, but I'm going to turn this into a regular bone, and at this point I'm going to change this bone so it has a copy location to elbow smooth, so it's just like this one but lesser. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to delete that, or maybe, so there's a dumped track here also, so we're gonna delete that, and yeah, let's delete that, and let's delete that, and let's get, so this gets the parent to that, and this is a bone that helps, like, yeah, this doesn't matter too. So just copy the target, dump a track. No need dump a track, so we're gonna delete that. Then we're gonna have here the target, except they're gonna reduce the well, does it has to reach that? We could target also the elbow, right? The or the stretch to the head of the, yeah, we could do that. I just picked that because it was more personal, but we can do this a little bit more regular stuff, right? Let's target. It's just that the position of this was a bit better, but maybe it's riskier. This is safer, so we pick that. We change this, oops, wrong target here, so wrong bone. So we can get this, right? This bone we can perhaps change here some stuff. Oh, the creature arrives again. It must be attracted by the light. It's a scary creature. Well, yeah, it's interested in the light, whatever. But it got near myself, right? No. Okay. So let's continue here. Maybe it gets back close to my head once again. Right now, so this, okay, so this is a way to fix it. Then we can already symmetrize this. So I'm simplifying this rig. Do we have this to, yeah, let's symmetrize this. I think are those ones. Now, yeah, it looks symmetric. This is exactly on the spot where the deform type, deform humerus is. So let's see if they have equivalent bone constraints. No. Okay, strange difference. So I'm not using this maintain volume anymore, so it doesn't matter. And apparently copy rotation make, oh, that was okay. This is a corrector. We need to, and then the stretch too. All right, so fundamental to okay, now something broke. So this is the, yeah, def arm symmetrized. Yeah, something is breaking severely here. Let's find out. So this is the left. What's the other arm is doing there? Apparently it's targeting the the right, stretching to the left. Okay, so just strangely, oh, because this bone, no, it exists. There's not a left of this kind. Okay, let's go back. It's something about the name of the bones. So there's some bone there that has, oh, this one, no, this is pin elbow. So how do I find, so stretch to, this is a duplicate. Master upper arm, what is that? Okay, this is a wrong name, so that was just that, just a wrong name for the bone. Now it's correct, and let's check the some deforms of the shoulders, just to see if this is if that change of this system helped anyhow to get some, well, this we fixed the asymmetry that was happening. At least we simplified some of the rigs, so that's okay. Too much stuff showing there. Maybe I need that. Yeah. This is taking too much space. Yeah, so there's just the, on the back bending there, the back bend, no, that position of course is very tough for this rest position, but it's not horrible, we can fix it, but I'm not gonna do this now, just assessing the general things here. And here there's this flipping, which is slightly unclear what it is about. Last time it could be something about the, yeah, so what's, does this bone has any, yeah, it copies the rotation, but it's unlimited amount, so maybe it is the front of the arm. So let's see, could it be the bendy bone? So we could turn this off just for a moment. No, still happens. So it's something about the, yeah, the rotation of the humerus, the upper arm, so nothing to do with this apparently. Sometimes we can, so again, what's the parenting of that? Oh, it, okay, so it is parented to the humerus and it derotates as I usually do. So let's compare with the Thigh rig, which also has a fan bone like that. Replace or right, so it's all the same thing. So for some reason this bone stretched to what? Stretched to master upper arm, okay, which is here. So yeah, if I reset this, there can not gonna, this is has some limit distance, so it allows the arm to go a bit more, stretch or compress a little before it bends. So this just because of these two, especially the first one. So if I stretch now, yeah, this is the default origin, and it doesn't change, so that's good. Then I enable this. This maybe I should solve, but for now, let's say, can I reset this? So if I reset this, it was higher, so what it means is that maybe there's a mistake. This should be lower, so it could be pushed. Yeah. So these values were oh, it wants to reset to what is this name? Wrong name here. So it's sort of, as I move here, no, this was the value I gave it, so yeah, so it can still push a little. Is it too much maybe? So it's not being pushed beyond, but it can go, yeah, it can stretch and it can squash the forearm. So this is what I want, maybe just a little more for the stretching. This is something maybe that's too much, but let's see. So let's see, it stretches a little more. So this is like a stretch thing for IK, but with some limits, so that's kind of cool. But I don't have, yeah, it for the squashing, it cannot rely on the IK. So because it's a different mechanism, this is affecting a different chain. So this is interesting. Let's at least now I can reset this anyhow. Let's reset this. I think that's fine. And also let's check if this can be set to, I'll change these names, but I check the legs how they are, just so we can augment this. Yeah, I wouldn't like to have this, but oh, maybe there's a way to do that. Of course. What am I doing? So if I get this, now I can pin. Yeah. And in the case I don't want to pin anymore, now this place is, I hope that when I turn this off, no, it gets offset. So this is the problem. So I was able to not let it offset. Hold on. So does that work? Yeah, that sort of work. It's yeah, it's annoying, but it I didn't if I keyframe that motion, it doesn't get. It's like I was able to work around the pinning thing, so cool thing. But there should be a better way also, but that also worked. So yeah, how this is what's happening is that this, because this rig particularly has already some sort of joint pinning naturally, but it's just from, so what it is made the following way. I showed this on, I have a rig like that available on Gumroad for free. You can download it. Now I have a few improvements to it, but it's not they're not implemented yet, but it does the same thing here. Basically the creature again. So Yeah. This was terrible. Um, yeah, the problem is that I didn't know if the creature was dangerous, and it was lurking, and I had no way to capture it in any easy way right now. So usually that's what I do. Anyway, so sorry folks. It could have been dangerous to keep it around, so maybe it was a giant mosquito or something like that that bites or has some other evil properties. So that's why it was around. So here let's get to the thing. Yeah, so I was talking about this, yeah, this feature, that, yeah, the explanation of that rig. So basically what it consists is that it has a deformed chain, and the deformed chain, okay, it's offset here for some reason that I don't remember. Let's see if that's the case for the thing here. Yes, it's offset. And then we have a mechanism chain, which in this case they can stack together. It's just they don't stack here for other issue. It's much easier if they stack on the same spot. So here's the mechanism chain. You see it's straight except for a slight bend on that angle, but otherwise it's all full align, all axes align except for this y-axis. The y-axis, yeah, then the z-axis, then it gets the bending, right? So on one direction only. So then what happens that this mechanism chain holds it's just a chain of two, it's connected, therefore it holds the I key. And then what happens is we have another sort of third chain. So this is the I key target. Instead of the I key target going on some bone that then goes to a master controller, it goes directly to the master controller. In this case, this master hand here, and in this case of the foot, there's an advanced foot rig, but it passes through the foot. The I key target of the I key chain goes directly on the I key bone constraint, targets immediately this bone here, which is the main foot, the master leg. And so it crosses, it ignores whatever is in between, which is the advanced foot rig. I don't have advanced foot hand, so yeah, I have hand rig, but it's not the same thing. There's not a leverage system for the foot. This is auto I key, by the way, so this is but for the fingers it doesn't matter. So the foot has advanced foot rig, there's foot roll, there's all those stuff. Yeah, they all so you can do this kind of stuff, right? I'm just using pivot 3D course. It's much smarter, right? Because you can swap this so easy with some keyboard shortcut on this stuff. So and it's very versatile, right? You don't have to give a particular position to pivot, like you the bone will allow. No, you pivot where you want. So if it's just very accurate, it's not preset, but it gives a lot more freedom with which are less complicated bone, but really the advanced foot rig with lots of stuff like that, it's kind of tricky. It's very interesting to learn that, but it's this kind of thing that, wow, why are you doing that? This is, and here I think there's something about the foot and this part that I need to rig after I was remodeling the boots, so something here is not going well for this, but this is not the this is about, because it's pivoting on the foot, not the heel of the boot, so this is something I need to revise, but this is not a so then what we have is that particularly what is very peculiar to that rig, besides the foot rig, which is more complicated, so I'm gonna go for the arm, which is simpler, is that this bone has got, oh, this is why this is happening. Action editor, right? Okay, so this is why so this is parented curiously to the mechanism upper arm, which is part of the IK chain, so it is parent offset to it, but on the part of the deform chain of the arm, okay, it's here, this got no, it's not parented to this, but what happens is that this got for its tail, the deform upper arm has got a stretch to bone constraint. This is just required, this copy rotation of the mechanism type, because they don't match the alignment, right? Here is here and here, so the starting, this is more for the starting rotation to match, but this could be the reason it is causing problem of the rotation later on, but this I'm not sure yet, so I need to investigate. Oh, this aha, so apparently this rotation is incorrect. Yeah, I just found out something, that this roll seems to be bad, pointing up. They are all pointing up, but this is not the pattern that well, maybe I did that because of the, yeah, so maybe, no, this is maybe correct, but then this could be the reason also why there are some tilting of this thing at some point, but this I'll investigate later. So what happens is that we have here a stretch 2, ignore this is just because they are not aligned, and this stretch 2 goes in the end, of course, because it relates to the tail, this relates to the head of the bone, and this relates to the tail, so this usually is better to go before, because it affects the head, and this affects the tail of the owner bone of such bone constraint, so the bone itself, this one. So then it's stretched to the master upper arm, which is not this master arm, it is just that small bone here, not so small, but that can sort of do this, and it is parent to mechanism type, so it needs to exist for this rig, sort of, so we can do more stuff like this other pin thing, so it follows everything, but we can use it, yeah, we still have the pole target, which does fundamental stuff, so, but we can do the same thing with this, but it's not appropriate, because it will displace the, you see, offset deformed chain from the I-key chain, but that's fine, the I-key still works. And we can do the displacement also from, but only for the forearm, the def forearm, with this little hand. So this is the master lower arm, which controls this. So this same thing, this is stretched to the deformed lower arm, stretched to a small bone here, which is analog to this one. So this is why they are offset here, parenting. They are not chained like this, like the I-key chain here. And so they can split. We can split the chains, which is probably not a new concept. Yeah, I think that's so we can then the I-key chain still works, but we can have also joint pinning from the perspective of the hand, and as if it was, yeah, then we can also use stuff. So for example, if I have, yeah, I have to fix this mesh, but this is not what I'm gonna do now. So I can use F key posing with this kind of thing. So these are controlling the whole arm in F key. And of course I can also, well, not of course, but I can move the shoulder and still have the same motion on the arm. And also if I need to reset, right, just return to the original spot, and I can also, from the I-key, the shoulder was displaced because this is a master shoulder bone. It does not, this one, it doesn't respond to the I-key chain, it carries all the bones of the arm with it. So this is also because one of the reasons why I'm having this problem here. No, not because of this, it's because I'm, yeah. Oh, I see. Stretch 2. Aha, this is better. So this was one of the deforms that I need. Yeah, so this helps solving. It doesn't seem to be enough though. The orientation of this bone is very bizarre. Should I? Yeah, it's indifferent, but yeah, it's. The problem is that it is a deformed bone, a regular one. It's rotating wildly, and this is not good. So I would create a bone just to derotate it. This makes no sense. It could be useful, but then it should target. If I did so, a fun bone for this small bone, this is ridiculous, but maybe that makes sense. It would help where they're near the head of the bone. No, it's not about the head. This is confusing because it's not exactly a joint, like so easy to spot. So it relates to rotation for how they say blended waves are. So yeah, this is pretty confusing spatially. So if it starts making artifacts because of some wild rotation, yeah, this is nearly a 90 degree, but for some reason. It seems not to be something that is being strange here. Maybe it's caused by something else. This will be nearly more than 90 degrees rotation. So yeah, it's dangerous that it rotates, that it stretches that way, because then, so a way to avoid this rotation is just reduce its amount of influence. So yeah, but then on some points we won't have what we want, on some other points we'll get less building artifacts. So at least we simplified a lot, and this I think this is we are about ready to go, right folks? It's just this that maybe I should create some sort of, yeah, I need to, I want freedom from this. Maybe some bone here. So why the mesh here doesn't carry up? There's lacking of waves from something here. Yeah, I see. So maybe one reason why this I'm suffering is that some waves here are lacking. So it's not pushing. So what could have this? It's very dangerous to do that, but we are going to try here. I'm gonna use a mix control, no, shift X here. Let's try to add some waves here. And so what this means is that, yeah, I'm taking that bendy bone because, well, it seems to be more stable. Maybe it shares some, it goes in many places, so with lower waves, so maybe this is a, it won't be too destructive to anything. Here I probably should avoid these waves. Why I'm showing this? Okay. No, maybe not this. So by pushing up this mesh from the breast, from the rib cage, from the torso, it is possible that we have a better deform here indeed. Yes, it's a little better, yeah, much better actually, and I just hope that these deforms don't compromise too much. This is yeah, so far it looks relatively safe because then it carries some mesh here. Can we perhaps improve some? Yeah, this is already, I'm going crazy here on those things. Maybe we can work on that. I've already tried stuff like that, but now, because I'm sort of rebuilding this nearly from scratch, it's not a super complicated rig, no, it just has some different slightly wild features. So I just want to we're gonna make some changes that can be not so risky. So just low waves here and here also. Yeah, I don't have an animation, so let's see. Again, okay, because I didn't finish. I added waves to to this, right? But I didn't did for the torso, so this is, I should expand here so we get more blended waves. So I need to expand these two to give stability to everything there. So the blended waves are going to stabilize around for the shoulder region if both the deform and the hip and the torso, upper torso, gets proper waves. And I need a clavicle bone here, yes, I mentioned. Let's make the clavicle bones. It's the ILEC mesh, right? So, and mesh stuff. Why I'm looking at so many bones here? No, I don't want the... Okay, don't. It's not just so many, but some are just too large. So I would shift D that, rotate here, reset the roll like that, roll here. I'm doing this with regular bones because I've just discovered there's some rigger named Philo Vivero. He has a channel on YouTube, and then he's a rigger that does very complex rig with just armature deformed bones and then some good anatomy actually, and he used these tiny bones everywhere and connected in the very inspiring artwork. And then okay, this is already parented there, but I've stopped using those deformed bones because I was learning with bendy bone splines and other solutions, and then I ended up in one of my streams that was regarding the complex pelvis rig, right? My conclusion was that bendy bone splines, even the profile ones, were actually very bad for dealing with solving artifacts. There are exceptions, like this kind of solution can work well for certain conditions on the joints instead or in addition to a fan bone, right, which is more analytical. Just like twist bones can also serve to derotate in the y-axis. This derotates on the xz axis, the rotation of a wild rotating bone like the humerus, the upper arm, or the femur for the upper thigh, the thigh, right? It's not upper thigh, the thigh. And so yeah, bendy bone splines are not very good at solving artifacts. They can solve by spline skinning in this technique here, right? The smooth out, but it's not it's not that good for complex joints. It's better for simple joints. So in principle, spline skinning can be very bad. Of course, there exist some alternatives, but yeah, on complex joints I've tried many, and currently I was using, so the best thing for bendy bones is really for this kind of stuff, like either spines, stuff like that, or yeah, twisting feature, some small corrective smoothing thing. And what I like the most is the profile curves, where it's called in Blender profile bendy bone splines, which is I'm still trying to figure out, but you see they are here, so we can have some sort of that must be on beautiful control of the, it's not that we cannot achieve this with, but I find this elegant for this kind of, and here I was attempting to see if I can have profiles on other parts. They sort of work, but there's here for the jaw, but I'm not sure if often this makes the rig more, yeah, sometimes it might be interesting, right? So, oh, also for what I'm talking about, also for, of course, and this also relates to profile bendy bone splines, although I'm not exactly gonna use the name profiles here, but yeah, it's like profiles. So you have the profile of the eye hole here. Bendy bone spline, folks, the eye counter, so the edge of the inner edge of the eyelids, right? So controlled by bendy bones and stuff like that, right? Of course, also bendy bones. So this is cool stuff about bendy bones. Maybe here, I don't know. I'm not using for because they are physics. Wiggle to a dawn, but here, folks, let me go back here. And where is the animations? The animation, yeah, we should address this in a moment. Sorry, folks. Very interesting topics, in my opinion, for riggers or who is trying to learn rigging in Blender, which is very complicated, can be very complicated. So here, what areas? All right. So I created the clavicle bone. Armpit, no, clavicle, is that how we talk? We need that, and let's also symmetrize this already, and then we need to, yeah, shift and let's move this out of here because mistake, because then it goes nowhere. Let's get it to the helper. Yeah, it's a helper bone, so but help, it's already there. Okay, so that's fine. Let's leave it here. It doesn't matter for now. And then there I have made, yeah, I had some older rig that attempt stuff like that. So can I get some connections here? I just lack geometry here, right? Different to deal with that, but so there's a little to do here at the present moment. So I'm just gonna get this bone to work as a, do they have bone constraints? Yeah, there's a stretch too, it's one of the best. So we're gonna target here perhaps something like the, I don't have a bone to present a spatial location, but I want it to stretch the mesh here to sort of emulate a clavicle, but that will be, I don't have a pointed space. So in that sort of situation, what we can do is create a mapper bone. Actually, the fact that it's stretched to is already some sort of mapping, right? This is why it could be interesting to have a secondary bone. So like it sort of begins to work like a cage, right? So we can do that indeed. So let's try to, it needs to be on edit mode. Then from here to the shoulder, we too many points select. Okay, so there's some mistake here. So instead, let's go to here. No. Okay, so extrude, and then let's target that position. And then we move there, and then I want this to maintain the same alignment. Okay, that's fine. So we can perhaps parent this. It's already parented connected, right? It is extrude, and this is parent offset. And then this stretch to, I don't know, so this will be clavicle 001, why not? Then we symmetrize that. Currently this is not moving with anything besides this point, so I should probably do something about this mesh. At this point I don't have a good mesh topology here. Could that help? I'm not sure this can help. Yes, it's better than nothing. It's a good edge loop here to develop this area of the clavicle. So I have a since I'm building anatomy quickly, some quick fix for this area. We'll keep improving this in the future, but for now, so I need the view. Let's see some annotation. Let's check for the body that we have here. We know that there are some spiky traits here, and I think we can figure out how to provide a good improve this stylized anatomy here. What is happening here? No, is the hair that is in front of the neck. Alright, maybe I should hide the hair for a moment, and yeah, there's something here that we probably can probably improve here. Let's not do too much because I'm not in multiple visions to know exactly what I'm doing, so just small bits of change here. I think I should push this up near the neck, and here we'll try to make something more aggressive. So I'm gonna try to, since we've made, I think this is the edge loop that I had created. Apparently yes, there's some edge loop here. Then here I can yeah, this is the shoulder on this rest position. This is a very important rest position for this pose, so I cannot do anything that I want here. It can be very delicate, so let's try to reinforce these muscles. I think they could follow more the deltoid. Yeah, the flow here. Maybe I can smooth this out. Yeah, let's push out these muscles out. Stronger here. We have more, slightly more geometry now too. The topology is still the same. If this doesn't cause horrible shapes as we go back, then that is fine. I'm not being able to see very well with this current workbench, so let's turn to EV and get some more useful lighting, right? So okay, this sounds to be we'll also try to get this sun down. No, very bad, very bad. So any other option here? Maybe no, it's all bad. Not. Let's leave it at this stage here. So this is the texture that, since I'm doing this change and there's a texture for the skin, there's nothing that I know how to do it. The UVs won't adapt themselves nor the texture, so there's little. This is unfortunate, but this is not the worst thing. I have changed most of the clothes texture and nearly everything to back to some more basic, how to say, how do you call it, procedural texture, which is more adaptive. So that is something that I sort of regretted to. At least I've learned some fancy advanced texturing methods in Blender, but in the end I do so much more experimenting in rigging that I can't be editing. It's already annoying to be re-exporting the, not re-exporting, sometimes duplicating clothes all the time because we've changed the mesh like that, or the wave paint, or so even more texture. At least it's just the skin that gets image texture besides procedural texture. It's a mix of the two. Okay, so here Let's see what we can do. The clavicle bone doesn't have yet any. This maybe, yeah, this is a bit strange, right, folks? This is not good. Usually one distus, the deltoid is sort of depressed on that positioning, but we don't want that. We want, and here there's some strange. Oh, okay, the bending is here, so there's some crazy twisting there. This is the way I've decided to do it. So actually, the twist okay, it'll work anyways, but yeah, there's a mess here because what is the up and yeah, so this now she's a bit too muscular on those shoulders, but that's like, it's not like the result that I have originally was too good to start with, so can always keep playing with that. This area of course is very delicate, so it's very easy to ruin it for a stylized character like that especially. And yeah, so we're having artifacts and all sorts of things, and I still don't have the clavicle, so let's try to get this at once. So let's hide that and try to, from again the character design, which doesn't help too much at this point. Let's use this then. Okay, so we need something to make the mesh sticks out, which is complicated. I don't want to ruin everything in the, so maybe I should do an exception here, so more mesh geometry would guarantee that I can play more crazy with the shapes here. Yeah, this is not exactly where I thought it would be, but so if I get being stylized, right, it's really okay. The problem is that I don't want to destroy this system, but usually that's what I did. So it'll be time to develop new mesh topology here, right? Oh, maybe, yeah, okay. So new face loop here. I don't want that. This is really, where does it go in the back? Yeah, no, we don't want that. So there are some slight, yeah, that's, of course I don't know about the deforms here. Could be horrible, though this new geometry well, nothing special to that area is happening. What is happening more that is bad is here anyways. It was already happening, so it feels much better to have this structure here, but I need to be careful not to exaggerate, and maybe I don't need all these subdivisions in the end, and maybe I'm just exaggerating. And here perhaps I need some oddity. Yeah, this one. let's fall down. This must get closer to the center, and yeah, gradually let's smooth this out. This neck here seems to be low poly, right? So cool, but also challenging to have. Alright, so maybe it's too, yeah, last thing I'll do here. So this is just a bit too much protruded in the front, so just on proportional pose, let's just make this rounder here. And maybe smooth this. Isn't there a mirror modifier here that we can, yeah, let's try to smooth all this out so it gets more, we forgot to smooth this, so it gets a bit more circular around this area. Another way to do this more circular is just to push these ones more to the front, smooth out, so we get more planar here, and that gets, it absorbs the excessive pointiness of or angle that could form there. Even though this augments the, slightly augment the yeah, you see the, it's got, then perhaps I can, according to the character design, this was an exaggeration, so I can push this back, this whole mesh here, smooth, and maybe more. Here we can try to smooth out some irregularities there. This probably should go down, and here smooth a little. Maybe here we can, yeah, do something else, smooth, and yeah, from the front perspective we barely don't see any difference, but yeah, there is some structure for the clavicle here. At least it starts to build up, and this is, I don't have proportional editing. Let's just push again this mesh here. Alright, it's okay, it's nice. So there are many ways to do this. It's just as just nostril, right? How do you make a nostril? It's complicated, but well, yes, but with some ideas we can easily make it. So and it has a fairly good looking. So alright folks, so this I think was for this crazy, why this is lagging so much? Okay, I'm gonna save here. I'm going to turn off this. It's still lagging a lot. Oh, maybe it is just this visualization. Yes, the render thing. So we have still some issues on the, yeah, some critical issues on the shoulder that I didn't have before I start to mess up and implement a fan bone and change the waves and whatever. But we're nearly done, right? If there's some things to solve, there are many ways to solve. Oh, I just forgot to give some automation for this. Shameful. So maybe I can. So how can we do this? So this needs some sort of. First, let's get it symmetrized. Let's get the color equal to this, and let's get it, okay, it's already, so we're gonna get it follow here like some sort of stretch 2, I guess. So stretch 2, very basic. So it's like it was parenting, so we didn't have this before, and this, I probably want this to do something like so. The stretch 2 affects only the tail, but we want itself to have some specific movement. Maybe this is incorrect, but let's try to get something like this, like a copy location before the stretch 2 on the shoulder, but workspace, except that on so what is this doing? Apparently nothing. Maybe we need, we need local space with owner orientation. So now I think it does not respond because of course it is connected, and so the hierarchy is denying possibilities here. So what we need is instead, there are many ways to do that, but let's use a stretch 2 here, stretch 2, stretch. So now this bone can stretch, and this bone now will, okay, so why this is not working? It doesn't want to go to the, maybe it cannot be combined. Oh no, it's the local space. All right, so notice that, yeah, maybe I don't need the stretch 2. So by having this stretch, this is more interesting, but if I don't do that and just get stretch 2, okay, it stretch, but this bone doesn't stretch, so this is of course it has, if it has both, it's also not very good, right? So this bone is more like being working like as a mapper bone for this one. So this is why I've made it precisely at that spot, so where the other bone ends. So I don't need this. So what I can do also is a copy rotation to the same, the same here, copy rotation, and it will, of course, this copy location, it can be on a less amount, so there's some delay. This can be interesting, although I'm not sure, but let's reset here just to get a proper reset of this. In principle, I like a full copy location. So, and then for the copy rotations, the local space with rotation, local space. Then yeah, it gets a bit. This is not necessarily bad. Bizarre thing, but maybe it can work. Local space. No, this is not. Okay, so with owner. So usually I don't rotate the shoulder, but the master shoulder, but it can be done. And if it is done, there's some interesting interaction, a bit chaotic, I admit, but I wasn't sure when I made it, but it looks valid. valid full. I like the concept, and maybe that's a good idea. So what we can do about the rotation is perhaps just reduce it to avoid too much, yeah, to avoid crazy rotation. I wouldn't rotate this too much anyways. So yeah, because this will rotate also other bones, right? So why this doesn't rotate and this doesn't rotate? Because the I key, that's the parent of this master shoulder. Oh, because why this bone, it has stretch too? Is it possible that why doesn't it answer to the I'm unsure, but that's not really a problem. The fact is that if we wanted to rotate the arm, this we use other bones, right? So that's not this is just, so maybe the shoulder shouldn't do that, right? Just full F key. If you wanted to full F key, we would use this stuff, right? So let's try it. Rotate. Okay, why I'm not able to pivot? I think I've changed something on the rig, which, oh, okay, I don't use the shoulder, whatever. So for some reason when I pick the shoulder, I lose the strange thing. I need to figure out what's this about. Not intuitive, right? But okay, maybe I can solve that. And then the clavicle, right? So let's just wave paint those things there. There is this idea that we can use auto waves. I never use auto waves, but some riggers use, and it sounds a good idea sometimes, provided they don't mess with whatever other waves that are on. I think that would be alright. So just some wave here I saw. Let's smooth this out. A little detail, alright. Alright, so let's get this clavicle. Yeah, I'll do, let's see, so should I pick the other side? Yeah, the color doesn't symmetrize, right? Yeah, never mind. Yeah, so okay, this, no, this and this, Alt Shift the selection, Shift H, and then waves assign automatic from bones. very weird wave painting there. Oh, maybe this one wasn't hidden, it was remained in the selection. Okay, let's try it again. Wave, assign automatic from waves, assign automatic from bones. That's too much. I've heard there is something. Oh, maybe I myself have changed that value. So I've seen in a tutorial and I was researching. Reset. So I don't know what is the default value, but here for me it does, yeah. Let's try to give like 0.01. What is this? Envelope deform. For envelope deform only, and this for, oh yeah, this just affect envelope deform. Yeah, so this is for different techniques, so yeah, it's not, I wasn't wrong. Unless this is wrongly stated, so let's try just to make sure. Envelope waves, envelope bones, this shouldn't affect the, yeah, the problem is you don't have access here in this case, so, and here, does that value is changed by the option here? It could be. Oh, they have different envelope distance. No, this is because of their alright, so let's see. No, this doesn't change stuff there. What about bone envelope? Well, of course this will only be able to see if there is a, yeah, envelope. So B bone, it changed, but does that actually changes the, no, that doesn't affect. It has, oh, this changed, okay, so we can have some changes there. I don't even know how to reset this thing, so well, can from a comment here, so this means we could probably, so this changes this, what is that? This could be actually an interesting automatic waves, like to get more precision. Sounds old school, I was told, but maybe that's not too bad. Envelope distance. Oh, envelope distance is that? Yes. Okay, so we got apparently all of the, all? No, envelope, wait, I think we cannot change that. So we don't want this, we want a value like that, and this one, a value slightly less. No. Yeah, very hard to get, okay, so alright, so 6, there we go, so whatever. And then here we weren't able to catch the tail here. Okay, no, this is not, there we go. All right, let's let's try that madness here now. This and this assign from bone envelopes. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Apparently, this requires some training, right? So it's not that simple. But I was starting to get. All right. Why can't I? Where is my? Oh, it must be on edit mode. Alright, so let's get this bigger. Strangely, I get all the... Yeah, this grows like if I only got the bone, the body of the bone. Interesting. So, alright, more functionalities here. Let's do this and this. Yeah, let's try once again. And indeed, yeah, so that gives some precision that still require manual waves, I'd say. This is probably bad waves that I've done there. Too strong waves here, need to take off some of this influence here. We don't want that. And here, yeah, maybe we want just some Okay, so after I conclude this, then we start the animation. Sorry folks if you were too expecting only animation. So here, yes, let's skip that strong waves, and then let's get rid of this envelope that it's rare to use. Let's B-bone, I think, is usually the most convenient, and here we want to, yeah, symmetrize. Oh, it's already okay. Make sure we symmetrize that. Then we also want to have this wave like that, not wave, to have this color theme. Usually I use this orange for the deformed bones. Then are them deforming the clavicle, and if why it's not moving? Oh, the copy location, of course. Alright, so here we got some interesting deforms, right? So that's nice. So alright folks, I think we are ready now, and we can get some of her features back. Dorothy, no, not well, yeah, the problem is that, wow, this is accidental. It looks kind of cool now. Can't we grasp the sword? Ah, there's something for good for animation, folks. The hands have been, the face expressions are very limited currently, and this should be, I should be revising soon. But here exists some automation for fingers. There's some, I think Deco has something about it, and also other riggers also. So, but there's a tutorial on made by Deco that mentions about this. I don't have it. So it's a transformation bone constraint whereby scaling this bone, which currently causes some issues, so apparently I cannot use it. How come I can scale it? Okay, so scale Y, scale Z. Yeah, this is not a why this is being a deformed bone? Okay, so you have some mistakes here, critical mistakes. We're going to Control Shift M to select mirror extend. Let's turn these deform properties off, but this was not the cause of this. So apparently I don't have a controller for those fingers currently because of the scaling properties affecting chain-like everything. So this is new to me. This is not, so I cannot use the transforms. These are control bones. Why they are also being deformed bones? This is incorrect. So Shift Control M again, extend, and turn that off. Just make sure. So can I automate all at once? Yeah, so if I get all the three fingers, let's say, can I create some sort of master bone for this? So Shift D, scale, no, move along the normal, then a bit further away, so just making some additional. So this is control rig stuff, folks. Okay, so for some reason, okay, here we go. Yeah, I usually want that bigger. We can give it anyways, a sort of better. So the problem here, these bones which don't have any bone constraint, they are parented connected, so I need to give them some sort of, they need to answer to that. Alright, so let's see what could be copy transforms, right? Can I push that? No. So copy location won't do nothing, right? Copy location. It doesn't answer, right? It's connected. So copy transforms, it's useless. Let's use copy rotation. It doesn't, it needs to answer. in some way. This bone, of course, this bone also has some weird parenting. No, that's parent to the some hand, whatever. I think I have a mechanism hand. No, let's parent here then. This is risky because, but at least it's following this part of the rig. Although this is, oh, I'm confused now. Don't, these are not the, these are deformed bones. What I, but why do you have this color? Edit mode, right? So my mistake. Oh no, this is correct. These are, so strangely I've made them to be here, so they are an exception. You see the mechanism chain is here, but in this case the mechanism chain or the control rig is not here, is there. So maybe I did that for facile simplification, but this is quite incorrect, but that works, so doesn't mind. This is bizarre. You see the deform rig is here. So I've made this parenting, and now this will only work if I can make them, they don't rotate, right? So what they do is copy, yeah, so maybe they need double things, right? Copy transforms, local space, the technique was with pose space, I'm not sure. This is from Philo Vivero, there's a tutorial. So let's see if that produces anything. For some reason this bone is not, oh, some locking craziness, right? But yeah, but this is not, oh, hello, welcome. I remember your avatar and the conversation sort of we had. So how are you doing? Welcome. We are about to start some 3D animation here, just after I fixed some things that will be relevant for 3D animation, some expressive stuff. We did some solving for the, not ultimate solving, but yeah, we fixed some stuff. We started to use some clavicle bones here. We turned the bendy bone spline into a very simple stretching to deform bone, and now we got not perfect, but it got improved. So here I'm trying to make these fingers respond to this, but apparently because this is auto I key feature, it's like here I'm trying to make it interact with, so it's animate, no, it's tool, pose tools, auto I key. So just as we can turn here, there are shortcuts we can make for these options. It's very, so here I've made Shift Alt X, no, Shift Alt X, okay. So no auto I key now, this bone is locked. But by turning this on, now this is X mirror, it's auto I key here, and we can have There's no pole target here, but it's very, very cool, I think. We could do the same with IK bound constraint, but this is like, it's simpler. So this is why I have locked the rotation here. It's yeah, maybe should be careful about that. All right. So because of the auto IK, I don't think I can have these bones respond to a bone elsewhere that would be controlling them. Yeah, so this is, so max I can do is get some color select, then select the other side, select king set, select collection. No, yeah, I'll have to give them perhaps a very specific color so that or yeah, if I disconnect their parenting, this is complicated. If I disconnect their parent, they stop doing the auto IK. So yeah, so very specific problem, which is unfortunate. So the best I can do right now is I don't want to make one IK bound constraint for each one pole target. One is too much work, but that would be the correct thing if I want all this sort of controlling, unless there is something that I'm missing to massively control them. Some sort of driver thing. They sort of need to be pushed by some force elsewhere. Extrapolation, maybe. A feature that... Okay, let's try something like that. Then Shift D. Except that this parent cannot be... Yeah, again, let's parent here. And let's give this copy transform. Does it have extrapolation? Let's try some whatever thing. This doesn't get extrapolation. Yeah, let's leave that. Limit distance. No, wrong target is the opposite. It's set position. Limit distance. It doesn't react. It looks like, oh, it's outside, maybe, yeah, but still it doesn't react. Affect transform. On surface. It doesn't react to it, so target pole space, whatever. Target local space, maybe something about the parent. Target local space, no. Okay, definitely this is a hard problem. It's like the auto IK is a feature in Blender that is overlaps a lot of other stuff, so I just don't seem to have any bound constraint that can get over it. Because if I'm doing auto IK, the selected bone would be actually the one that is, so unless I could say that all these bones would be parented to this, and then these would be parented at the same time by this tree, which is crazy. It just cannot spread the, it can spread child, but it cannot spread parents. It cannot have multiple parents, so this is definitely a limitation. So alright, so let's just, what I wanted to do for the hands I wasn't able to do, also because the scaling is affecting here. However, I can still, although non-optimal, I can still have an extra bone. This will be annoying, right? But that's acceptable. Let's get this thing like here. Yes, so I've made this extra bone. Let's turn off the, let's give it, I don't know, some crazy color. Delete here. Reset everything and change the size. Yeah, it's annoying, too big. Must be something smaller. So yeah, it's in front, it's annoying. So let's, why it want to go, what is, oh, it's been locked by bone constraint, of course. There we go. So let's leave it somewhere here. Oh, by actually here. And so what is this? Why this bone is so far away? So okay, let's use this reference. So what we're gonna do is that this will be a technical bone. Its functionality is just for yeah, so you have all stuff, and what we want to do with it is to get the transforms of this, so it will be the target for some automation here. So what does that do? I'm not I don't remember. Let's see. Local space, map from scale by scaling its minimum. Okay, it will rotate the, we don't want scale this time, so we're gonna use, but these are interesting information, so we're going to, nah, I have backup. I'll use rotation, which is more intuitive and doesn't have the scaling problems. So we're gonna have the, or even location would be nice too. Yeah, GY. So let's say it will be like a negative 0.5 and positive 0.5. all right, so local space and location, negative 0.5 and positive 0.5, and what will that do is that it will affect So the rotation, yes, the rotational local space for it, for the, yes, on the y of this, the source being y, source axis y, but we just want the, well, we could have all the stuff here, right? So no, in this case what I need, yeah, there are many things, but then the rotation, yeah, this won't work because we need specific stuff. Let's just do this for now. Rotation x-axis, so the x-axis of this bone having the source y-axis of this, so the x-axis will rotate like, if I'm not wrong, it will be positive 50, the maximum, and the minimum negative 135, no, it's the inverse, so negative 1. We're exaggerating a little, so let's reset. So we see there's already some problems here. It's not responding adequately. Why can't I reset? I'm not even sure. Maybe there are locked rotations here. No, the axis is free. So must be the transformation bone constraint that is incorrect. Location. Oh, the negative 135, except that alright, so apparently we got it inverted. Its positive axis is there. So why did I get this inverted in such way? Doesn't make oh yes, of course, because the clenched fist exactly is like that. Alright, but it's not exactly what I wanted. So negative will cause, so maybe I just inverted that, so it doesn't make sense to me, but if that's the case, okay, this is not working, and here negative 135 and 50. No, that's incorrect. So we're gonna copy, once it is ready, we are going to copy to everything. So right now, now it is doing. So what did I did wrong here? So the principle here was correct, but then extrapolation allowed, yes, but no, we don't want extrapolation. So we already calculated, and this is, yeah, maybe this is bad for ideally would make this slightly adapted to each phalanx, but later on, yes, we'll have before original add, yeah, add. So for some reason okay, so I cannot reset this for some reason, and I cannot explain what's going on there. Is it possible that this yes, so the transformation bone constraint is giving oh, of course, this is the original rest position of the hand, so this means that because of this rest position, so it's like it's truly following the zero. So the setup is more complicated in this case than I would have thought. Useful, necessary information. Thank you. Yeah. So this is happening because again I'm trying to make something more interesting, and of course everything usually has pros and cons. So the pros here is that I have, where are the bone collections? I have the mechanism chain and the deform chain. So because this is 0, so I wanted the bones to start here, and they are starting, the deformed bones, they start in here, and the hand goes there. So this is happening. However, as soon as I created the bone constraint, not this bone constraint, actually the transformation bone constraint, let me hide the deformed chain, it thinks, well, it understands that the 0, the rest position, rest pose for this, which is exactly here, it's 0 is not in the center here, is not this 0, well, this 0 that is in between the min and max y values doesn't correspond to this to what I want here. So this means that these are rotating from, wow, it's rotating from the rest pose, not from the rest position. And the rest pose is okay, it's like, so if this is 50, I need more 45 here, I've already calculated. Yeah, so nearly so. And the negative from here would not be all that, would be sort of negative 90. Negative 90, that's fine. Oh, as soon as I reduce that, okay, it's sort, so this, what did I did before? Yeah, it was that, so negative 90. So my calculations were for the hand, so this is 40 degrees until the clenched fist pose that I, and negative 135 would be sort of the back bending, but these numbers would be for the rest position of these bones, especially this one, but it's nearly equivalent. And then, but the transformation bone constraints on pose mode, it wants the calculations, the rotations from this, so they are different. So I just had to adapt, so there's something about 45 degrees angle between here, 45 degrees angles between here, and 90 here. So this 90 is easy, and this is 44, so it just have to displace that. Alright, so took some time, but we've sort of figured that out. So now we're going to happily, like happy clouds of Bob Ross the painter, yeah, the happy clause, the happy copy transforms, now the happy transformation both constraints. We are going to, we don't want for this, so we want L, so this will select, this bone is in front, so it will select the connected bones, so this is disconnected, to avoid that this carries this together. So we, if we want to pose it, to do this, or I can do that, but then I need to augment the stiffness of these a lot. So for example, yeah, you see these are inverse kinematic things. I think I have done it already, but maybe it failed, it's not working anymore. Let's check. Let's do some checking here. So let's reconnect this instead of parenting offset. And now this with auto IK will, we see that it is not, yeah, it tries to, it sort of affects the bone in some, it can be useful, but it's a bit risky. So this I had calculated in the past, but maybe it's not, it needs some revision. If we are here, it's not carrying up very much, so this is strange. Let's see on inverse kinematics if we can lock X. So we locked X for some reason. Yeah, maybe because of some crazy stuff that still happen nonetheless. So okay, let's leave. So if I lock Y, oh, lock X, of course, up and down is blocked. So the Y is free. Maybe we should, yeah, let's augment the stiffness, limit X. Oh, wrong bone. So here, lock X and Z, because that one is the middle, but maybe I don't want the lock X. So currently it has stiffness on the X. Let's try to, why it is not gray, why it is grayed out like that? Something is going wrong. Maybe it needs to be, no, maybe it's inoperant on the, or maybe it's a bug. It usually was available for auto IK. It doesn't make sense that, so those values here would allow for more change. So if I can, but the bone doesn't seem to respond to anything. It's like those things were unmade. They don't seem to be available. This is not good, because this was very cool stuff. If we go on any other arm, for example, this arm has, no, this is not the IK chain. If I go on the mechanism chain here. Here they are. Everything is enabled. Oh, maybe it's Pxy stretch. No. So this is being enabled because perhaps there is a Pxy bone constraint. So but it wasn't like that. So I had set all those things, but apparently they don't respond anymore. So sad. Maybe it's a bug of this Blender. Maybe they'll fix later, or they are responding. It might just be difficult to visualize. However, let's just ignore this for a moment because I'm not sure. Yeah, so it's just these stuff that are being available. I haven't finished this anyway, so we're going to change the parenting here to again disconnected bone. And we're gonna hide this mechanism chain, and we're going to happy. Okay, so here with L key, let's turn on screencast. No, not do that. Okay, and here L key, which is a something like that. It doesn't appear here. It's or if this appear, I don't know where. So this will select all the, except that we don't want these ones which are also connected. We pick that one which has the bone constraint. We're gonna Control C, whatever, for now, to selected constraints, only this transformation. So now they will all follow this. Their rates are slightly different, so it's not okay, but this helps a lot. It might be that they have other things preset, but this is old stuff. I have changed the hand. What would they do? This is x-axis. Yeah, x-axis rotation of same thing is, so they all relate to the clenched fist. Is there something? No. Yeah, so let's just delete those. So instead I'm gonna make it different to eradicate everything. So Control C. No, I can do that, so I'll just use the copy constraint to select. So this is different, this overrides everything, so now there's only that one. So I can also change the name of all of them. So this is X finger X rotations. Yeah, with Alt key. So no, that wasn't need to do that again. So here so Alt, so X fingers phalanxes. X rotation, Alt Enter. Yes, now yes. So here I have the Alt Y key. If I want, I can still manipulate the control bones individually. And normal, no, global. And the cool of Alt Y key is that it doesn't interfere. Okay, this is doing Alt Y key, this is doing Alt Y key, but there's nothing behind it. So this is doing Alt Y key. Any of them can do Alt Y key for the chain that is above it. And this is doing Alt Y key. And this is doing all the rotation. So of course it may not be very precise right now, but this will help a lot. We can also, why not, get, so what are those ones? Are they the same thing? X rotation? Yeah, so same junk that we are going to, this time, yes, Control Alt C, delete everything. And here perhaps I want this to just copy Alt C. So now this has some global manipulation. This can be useful. I fail to understand why they go on different amounts. This shouldn't be correct. Is this some Alt Y key? No, maybe it was some interference of the Alt Y key. Interesting. So okay, in order to use this, well, they were all the same, so yeah, it's maybe because the hands are interesting that there is some way they this is bizarre. Depends on the, how is this possible? Oh, each of them use different, their own. Wow, I see. Okay, so this was completely unexpected. This is happening because the possibility that they don't go, that we can do that, happens because maybe these ones I'll have to reduce their influence. Way to simplify this, right? Maybe reduce this one 0.3. So the reason why this is happening is because they use this local space orientation. That means that instead of targeting the axis of this calculating, they calculate something about their own orientation, and because their orientations are different, their y-axes are different, this makes that it's as when I move this bone, its y-axis is not what they use their own y-axis. If they were all set to, we can do this immediately, it's very easy to swap that and see the results. We can make this even, but that will become less interesting. But we can make a swap, or we can, yeah, we can make a swap with a driver perhaps. So if I go here and change with Alt local space, now they are all even. And so now this is what I originally wanted. Right, but it's, yeah, okay, that's fine, but that's not very interesting at the same time. So what we can do is to also let's change this, maybe more here. Yeah, the thumb is a little problematic, but what they are also using their own, so we can local space. All right, so what I can do is perhaps create a driver that will change this. So target, yes, add driver. This expression, I'll have to look right now back how to do it. So it will be, yes, we target this same bone. Oh, but this has many, so I'm not sure. This is not a simple one. Yeah, this will take too much time, so I don't know right now. So this is better for the easy clenched fist. However, if I were to, so I can leave the thumb on the local space, but for this I can probably change this to there with Alt. And so if I want the clenched fist, there is no way to, oh, they go to a limit. Okay, that's fine. I just have to reach for the limit, and then we have this this dramatic effect if depending on, but they don't go, then it's a bit hard to control. Basically it's just if I press XZ seems to be easier. Okay, no, GZ I mean, yeah. So going down seems to unlock the clenched fist easier for at least the. Alright, and then we going to symmetrize everything there that we've done. This and this, and I think that is fine. So now we can have some fun with trying to, okay, why doesn't, oh, need auto I key. All right. Yeah, there's still we can GZ. I need to get used to this. I'm not even sure that was okay. This doesn't look terrible, right? So this the thumb rotations are a bit annoying, right? So okay, let's we're getting some problem with something is locking this bone. Location. Oh, I see. No? There's something about the Alt Y key that is locking their symmetry on the sides. That's symmetrized properly. Let's see the other side. Oh, I have limit, so actually this didn't exist. So is this because of this? It could be. No? There's some locking here. I have Auto A key on, but yeah, something weird is happened that I'm not being able to realize what it is. Okay, no, it's not a shape key thing. It doesn't make sense since I'm not even on the mesh. So what is going on that I just cannot some mistake in parenting maybe? This is correct, this is correct, this is correct, so it's makes no sense. Is it possible that inverse kinematics got activated in some strange way? When did that happen? Now they are not moving at all. Okay, I need that. Oh, I see. Of course, of course, of course. No, this is normal. What's happening is that I've defined that the x would be related to this. The problem is that as soon as I did that, I cannot move this to the side. So that means I must decide if this bone connects, and then we can move on the y, or it will be the z, yeah, the z, or if I unlock this, then I can do this to the finger, even though this is not very anatomically correct, right? It's not from here the joint that it's already from. So unless, yeah, no, there's no unless here. Yeah, and I could try to get this stiffness, but it doesn't work. And then I could limit z, but this also, if it works, it would show. No, it doesn't work. So some functionality here got broken in Blender 4.0.2 or 4 in general. I hope they fix that, because there's no explanation to this. Makes absolutely no sense. And this is creating a limitation here. I will report that bug. And so let's just copy this here and here to neutral whatever. So what I need to do would be to, yeah, whatever, we lock axis and we just whatever unlock Z, and so of course this will mean that I'm gonna reparent that. Now one by one, so Control P, connected. So I had no idea those things were going on. So this might be why I was having some issues. So I was finding strange something that was happening to this hand. But okay, now we can do even if we want, we can, if in case we want it, yeah, it's, we could do a clenched fist with the fingers. How, why don't you rotate on the other direction? Okay, sometimes it's, yeah, this time particularly. Alright, so we can do a clenched fist like that, yeah, which is not exactly that. So that's interesting. Yeah, this is good automation. Not good, it's interesting, but we wanted better inputs there, and I'm not sure why it's so hard to rotate, particularly this last one. It struggles. And since this is not about rotating, yeah, this is being complicated. So I need to revise that, but that's fine. We can always do this. And here we go. So let's symmetrize this and go for some NLA animation, and let's fight that monster, which is the NLA Editor. Which is, what is interesting is that many folks around internet, animators, will discuss about it and show that, and try to show that the NLA is not so hard, and or in the opposite, they will blame the NLA editor and the world. So let's try here, folks. We have some physics. Oh, that would be good to have physics for the hairs too. That would take more time. No, but we'll do some minimal animation in the end. So because I've just reinstalled I had the wrong idea. I thought that the add-on stopped working. Wiggle 2 add-on. So it's a next version, and it works for Blender 4. But it requires to install it not from the zip file as usually we do, right? So so Blender stuff like utility add-on install, that let's say there's wiggle to add-on I've downloaded, so it's free. Then not from the zip file, which usually we do, it's directly from the Python file, and then it installs. So some add-ons have this peculiarity, and it's a bit of an exception. And I thought, oh, it broke on Blender 4, it's over. The fun is over. But no, there was even researching cloth physics, whatever. But no, it ended up that it was just and I found out what was lagging also the physics or many aspects, it was the subdivision surface modifier. So the problem is that without it, my model turns out to be very bad. But in order to, you'll see the quality in the performance here. So this is with it turned off, so it seems quite smooth, and as I get it on, now it's horrible. And yeah, it's not about the other things. It's I've tested everything, and it was even the quality, which by default is 3. If I reduce to 1, it's still bad, right? So it was like that, as we see. So what about simple? Can the simple has anything to do with the lagging? Well, it seems to be a little better, but yeah, it seems to be a little better, but it's still not very feasible to work with that. Yeah, it gets, I won't care about, so the best way I think to handle it, because also the cloths have the simulation, instead of doing this, is to use the simplify stuff. It's already on, but we're gonna simplify from max subdivisions, yeah, 0. There we go. And for render, yeah, let's leave, doesn't matter. Or does it matter? So here, now because it disabled this for even the cloth, then here it's very, very good. So of course, if I stack with the hair physics, we'll have some additional problems probably. So let's try. It will lag more, maybe worse performance, but it can be useful. Let's see where the hair. Unfortunately, the physics of the hair needs correction. But this will be cool, because you'll see, if you never used Wiggle add-on, you'll be able to look how it can be used for. It's a bit complicated, but there are some patterns, and there are some good tutorials that will show some interesting patterns. So right now we have we can disable the whole physics in the, it's an animation wiggle to add-on, so we can disable the whole physics in the scene, so it doesn't lag anymore, but it doesn't do wiggle anymore. Then scene mute, we can mute the armature, only the armature, a specific armature, and we can mute a particular bone, and some bones won't have, of course, wiggle. For example, this one. These are for the breast, so these are, I'm not using this for this for now. There'll be something I'll do later. So only the skirt, yeah, the skirt, maybe it was disabled. The skirt was very hard. The hair was the easiest for me, although maybe not completed. So right now the hair is not working, although there is a bone tail here. Apparently I need to do something. I don't know what is the something. Wind, collisions, chain, because it seems to be already here, but it's just not wiggling. So select enabled. Okay, so it starts working. We need to make some animation. So something about this, yeah, when it doesn't need Alt to make the changes, all the selections so what we can do is just pick everything here, and yeah, first let's get the here and select, yeah, we don't want the physics, we want the here. So we pick all this, we go to one of the particular bones, we go to animation, wiggle, we are already in animation, so wiggle to done, and we go to, okay, so we can play with this, stiffness, maybe less stiffness, stretch, I don't know, by default it is, yeah, maybe a little stretch, and dump is how much how they will end up. So more dumping means they're more attrition before they move the motion. So stretching is very dangerous. Stiffness is the thing that moves the most. So apparently nothing is here. Yeah, I need an animation, so let's get whatever animation we get here. I'm not sure this is safe. Okay, something didn't work for the for the test. We need, let's enable this. Let's make a new animation for this. Oh, I know what happened. It's because the animation was not on this, it was here. So we're gonna make a new one here. Make new, then here, test. Let's save that. Let's create keyframe. Then we start here. Yeah, just maybe the head also. So we pick this and this. Insert for. Can't we use something like king, keyframe, active king? Let's say. Yeah, everything. There we go. And what is this? Insert keyframe on the current frames for all props on specific king set. Delete keyframe of the current frame for. Is there a? Okay. Never use this. Strange that is. This icons here. Alright. Well, it added all the transforms, so this can be a bit, maybe it's heavier for calculation, maybe it's very to ignore, but yeah, so location, rotation, scale. Usually I don't scale any bone, and bendy bones are stretched by their own, so yeah, I'm not using scaling, I think. Let's use this, which could be dangerous. I ever forget about this in the future, so I'll be sure not to forget. So here we need okay, this and this, so it's just E will insert. That's much better. Then here we do that. Why not? Let's do something crazy here. Then maybe don't want all that amount of motion. And this and this, and then ends here. Alright, let's make some more stuff here. Yeah, that's okay. The end is not very good, but who cares? It's just a very minimal animation so that we can check the wiggle system for the hair. So currently I barely don't see anything going on, so maybe it looks like it's bugged. Let's augment the mass. Okay, bone tail. So it's not. They are not muted, so mass, stretch, dump, chain, yeah, chain of bone, chain. Oh, start the, but not very good. So maybe I did something wrong about augmenting. I want okay 0 here and dump 1. Let's see, gravity 1. Well, there is the form. Yeah, so why this is not, oh, armature, what it is doing here? The subdivision is not working anyways, so preserve volume. I have, well, I don't need preserve volume for this for now. Bone head. No, I don't want that. I don't remember exactly what is the physics of the head of the bone. Usually the tail is the simplest one. It really looks like it is bugged. Something is not operating on those bones, like there's something about, and sometimes they start working out of nothing. So maybe I reset everything, wiggle, maybe there are some quality, maybe there's data that are still what is those keyframes? Doesn't make sense. I see something, or just an impression? Very odd, because the cloak is working. So one possibility, maybe I'm doing something, maybe there has been some change, but no, this is very bizarre. So let's check here, mass. I'll pick these values and I'll just place them yeah, so copy pasting. Oh, there are some collisions here. Alright, maybe not sure the radius, and all the rest seems to be It's like if the hair was getting some data out of okay, so parent, what is this? It's a deformed bone which is parented to the deformed head. This has an armature. Oh, here! The armature modifier. Okay, so of course there was something completely wrong. Found it. So it was very basic. They were, because I was doing cloth physics, trying to, and for the air I saw some tutorials, and then I parent to bone parenting, right? So these were like parented to the, we don't see the deaf head here for the, it's parented to, yeah, it's all wrong here. So actually what I need to do is get all the accessories for the hair, all this, get to the bone. Actually I'm going to set the deform. Let's get the active selection, the head bone. We need to make sure that this thing won't go nuts. Let's reset everything. Let's even go on a rest position, and now we pick these elements and we parent to the armature. Well, actually we select all these elements and we parent to, no, not parent to bone. So this is it's with empty groups. It already has empty groups, and now their parent is different. Parent one. Okay, maybe the parenting was right, but then I go back on pose position, and now, well, and now what? It looks like, yeah, and now I'm not sure, but so what about this? What it missed? Doesn't it has, oh, this is different, of course. Alright, so in exception to this, it doesn't have a bone of its own. It should, but okay, so in this case we go back here, rest position. Well, the hair moved. I saw the hair moving, so maybe there's some interaction with the NLA editor that is messing it up. So okay, so now yes, we're gonna do this bone parenting, so I forgot about this. Now yes, bone parenting should do different. It's a solid object, different from the hair, so that's why I'm using this other technique, but then we got confused. I got confused with that, so let's go back to pose position. Okay, so we saw it moved, that is the ponytail. So I can, now this was a physics from, this was a property of the physics for, there could be, no, we don't see the baking thing, but there is a property for physics in which they would only bake to a certain extent, and maybe this is affecting, so this is why, okay, but then why the cloak continues and not the hair? I have no explanation for that. So maybe I should work from this, and let's see, there's another possibility that perhaps there are objects here that are hidden, that are being affected by the, yeah, so could be that I need to, since I'm using the NLA editor but I'm hiding everything, I forgot to hide, I didn't know that ultra hidden stuff here could also, so apparently there's animation data here that we can delete. Let's see, remove, yeah. Alright, so maybe that was again the NLA was getting the best of us, of me in this case. So I'm, the way, this is very tricky, so I want to, these are animated, so it's what's happening here. At that time the physics weren't ready, so now but I don't want to show it, so I need to hide this. And then it would be interesting to show this because it's include missing NLA, like the hair object was here and it was affecting what I was doing before, so I needed to always see if things are on. And here we can have even more hidden stuff, show hidden, and I don't know all those things, so let's delete all that too. I think they get respawned all the time, which is bizarre, so I'm gonna just reset here. We go on the control, this pose that I've made I don't want, so we got bone control, we need the, yeah, there's not the control of the character here, so reset here. And now if I think I'm not working here, so let's add the animation that we hair test. For some reason I'm not recording. This is bad. Oh, because it was recorded here. Okay, I've lost the animation of hair test, so let's do it, just do a simple version here. So it's this and this, insert, let's move here, then, oh no, this is, so first here, move here, here, and whatever, something like that, and then reset, whatever, then here, okay, then that, this, let's shake this ponytail, this is already the rest pose, okay, so, and then we can, and here, and okay, hair test, so now we, it doesn't seem that the hair now is okay, there's some, oh, I leave the animation, of course, I cannot leave the animation, alright. So the physics are, did that add anything here? No, we don't see, so it doesn't matter. So, of course, this is not the kind of animation that I want to do on this stream. This is just for, if we can just get some very basic things here going on, that would be nice, but apparently Blender is not collaborating, so maybe the mass, let's see, 2, then, okay, so, then copy to selected, 5, stiffness, maybe it's too stiff, and this could be the culprits, copy to, okay, then stretch, copy settings to selected, dump maybe it's too much. And no, it's stiff without any, it's like it is disabled. Something happened to those bones. Let's try to make something real quick test here. So if I duplicate this, nothing happened, so they don't get the physics. So this is useless. What about creating more bones? So they might have corrupted as I had installed or uninstalled the add-on. Yeah, who knows, many things can go wrong. So this is unfortunate, but if that's the case, then by making this I have, so maybe it's just some bones that are, let's try to enable the wiggle to these bones. Yeah, on, so we're gonna pick the same parent here, which is the deformed head, and they are all connected. Alright, then we want, yeah, so all of this bone tail. Someone has lost the connection here. L everything, so let's play. They seem to, oh, there's something about the gravity, right? No, well, seems to be, yeah, they are, what is happening? Stiffness. So I've created new bones. Oh, apparently there are some upgrade on the alright, so apparently this value of stiffness is gigantic. So apparently there was some change in how it worked, and so there we go, folks. No. Or yes, but that took too long to figure out those values. I thought. Alright. So let's try to. Okay, I'm glad it was not a bug after all. It was just apparently some radical change in how this thing is operating. So we need this stiffness. When you put 400, it was already too little. And that's why I thought I didn't even imagine too much these possibilities. I tried several values, but not extensively enough. Let's now go for the giving some very basic hair physics here, right? For this hair, it will be so we pick all this, then. So little by little I'm solving lots of problems here, like yeah, so all this apply at once. We don't just put the value. However, what about this? I'm curious. So what if they have different, like this? What happens if I move this? They copy too. Okay, so I'm gonna get them as a mass of 5. stiffness of this is heavy here, looks like it was humidified. Starting to look good. Of course they need more stiffness. This spiky here especially, right? Wow, this add-on, when we know how to use it and we can avoid the lag. You see, it was this shitty, sorry, it was this, maybe it's my computer, but it was this subdivision surface modifier, even with minimum. Of course, the clots also have subdivision, but they didn't affect as much as the body. Then if you'll see right away the difference. I'm gonna show you. This was a nightmare because wow, if I animate with physics, then that's the result. It didn't matter. So this is this is a new computer, not very powerful, but at least you have a graphic card. So that's maximum subdivision. Look at the lag, the performance issue. It's very, very difficult to work like that. In my opinion, as an animator. So now we have nearly instant feedback. So let's get let's go back to the bones, to the armature here. Now we need to check we can modify those values for each strand, for each hair strand, for each even bone, but usually there is a sequence. Maybe the ponytail would require, some might be more stiff than others, so we can play with that. This is not what I'm doing right now. And of course we can make some collisions. This is dangerous, folks, because this tends to cause some issues. So there are some strategies, but it's hard. So what I can do is, for all of them, give the collision to I don't have a ball head, so that could be interesting. That's some idea they give. So body, I think that's it, body, yeah, that should. So there's a radius, we can play with some stuff here. So I'm not sure what was the right. So you see, some things can go wrong. So friction. So this is like static energy or super saiyan, whatever you, or just some wind. So special wind coming from behind, but there is wind also. We can create a wind object and manipulate those things. So yeah, this radius shouldn't be too much. Alright, so this looks to be, no, maybe just a little more here, yeah, whatever. And friction, no friction, maybe, I'm not sure. It looks like some bounce. Yeah, this bounce, maybe it's no bounce, maybe it's good, or maybe not. What is the default? Okay, I really don't know. Stickiness is probably not very good to have. So maybe we need to augment this The problem is that this makes some of the hair that is closer to the skin to collide in very bad way. So maybe we need some very small value here, and for some reason, well, maybe the movement she's doing with the head is what makes. So these collisions are not being terrible, so we can work with that. What they do is we can use, instead of an object, a collection of objects, but that can make it even worse. So you have problems there with the cloak too, but on that case we could avoid perhaps with some keyframing. And now it's easy to keyframe since we don't have performance issues. I'm not keyframing, of course, because. And so if we pick all that again, we can perhaps reduce the stiffness a little, or augment the stiffness, because it looks like it's falling. It's like falling on her face more than maintaining its original shape. I think some friction is more bounce, maybe. Not sure. Maybe it's too heavy. By default the mass is 1, and so this maybe should be lighter. Okay, now it looks softer. Stretch. Stretch is a bit delicate, but it can work well. Okay, so this is pinching her. Oh, damp, of course, maybe. Keep bouncing, maybe. So too much damp, or no, 1 is the default, but maybe we need to reduce that. Alright. And gravity, let's reset gravity, and whatever else we try to manipulate from. Okay, what about okay, so it required more stiffness. The gravity was playing an important role. Loop physics. Oh no, I don't want to loop physics. Yeah, so perhaps the physics were looping, and that's why it ended up glued on her eye in a strange way. So, alright. In principle, yeah, maybe too stiff. Now suddenly this thing's happening. I don't know how. Oh, gravity. I turned it badly, accidentally. So okay, so the mass is difficult to figure out because everything can be a bit difficult to figure out, so I'm not being sure, but the stiffness we thought we were doing fine, but in the end I'm between 50 and 200 so I'm not sure. We can of course, if I decide to get the control bone, or at least, yeah, the too many bones appear, but then I can probably, yeah, but not with the keyframe animation like that, but we can also test like this, and it looks solid. Yeah, there's things that we could improve, but looks like here mostly. Of course, also there is the fact that there is this, we are lacking the modifier, so so if I, yeah, let's just do something here quick. Alright, so this will help. So if I try to add some physics here, okay, let's get, no, I want, okay, select enable. So now it doesn't select this, I guess. So select enable, select enable, there we go, only the visible wiggle bones, and let's see if I can, they seem too stiff there, maybe they need less stiffness, a bit of stretch that I took off, very little stretch, maybe a bit more mass, and some dumping, and gravity will live like that. The collision, oh, something got reset apparently, so you get that, friction, bounce, and stickiness. Okay, yeah, it looks better, but their shape doesn't look fine enough. Yeah, maybe this is just the, yeah, I'm not sure, but maybe I need to redesign some of the shapes basically. In principle, that's it. So let's try to add some, so now that we have done that, let's try to make some crazy animations. Finally, if you, maybe you're coming right now, otherwise if you've been waiting for that for too long like me, then congratulations. Now we can have some fun with those stuff. I'm not going to start from this point because there is, so Control Shift F, no, Control Shift the size to reach for these markers. Now if I enable this, I'll see where I finished some pose. Okay, the arm is fixed. I want to go here, so from here that will become a new action or a new clip, action clip, so you got to start from here, and unfortunately we'll have to do something to eliminate those, yeah, so we need to create some action here. What could be that we start playing? So hold on folks, let's see, I want to yeah, this will be a bit random. So I start in a new action, and that will be called A0 action 02, so A03, I guess. Yeah, then some walk cycle. No, that is too annoying, boring. Let's try yeah, pacing, something like that, whatever that means. We need to, so we are going to keyframe whatever, everything, just in case. We need a pose here. Wow, it's much, since I've turned off that modifier, it seems so much better to pose this character. You have no idea, folks. So here I forgot another thing that would be nice for this fingers, which is something that lets them get all at the same time closer or further away, but we don't have something like that already. Where is the yellow thing? It apparently got the wrong parent, so it is parent to the wrong side. Better to have it follow some deform. Yeah, let's have it follow the wrist. Tip offset. Did I lose the pose? Yeah, apparently. Oh, it wasn't recorded, of course. So let's save here. Alright, now it, well, this is strange position for this. Why it did that? This parent to wrist is, oh, of course, this shouldn't be here. Why don't just let me just parent it to lower arm? Yeah. Okay, so now it will always stay even if we offset. Okay, so this is the simplest way. The other was also symmetrized. Okay, so let's start finally. I bring here, so she will be somewhat reaching for her weapon. I should have pose assets soon for this character. Currently I don't have. Yeah, they changed the place for the, no, the pose library moved. The pose assets are now available in the assets shelf. Toggle asset shelf. What is that? Oh, there. Yes. So I don't have nothing here. It's not for now. I have no idea how that will function. Should be similar, but yeah, don't want bad surprise if next time I'll be exploring this, or before I come to live I'll have already checked. So here now we can perhaps play with this little ball here. That is very nice, and we can play with each finger. That's nice for expressions. Something that is subtle. So if the control rig is not good, it's just too, yeah, there's just no energy to be posing all that. So I have a crazy idea for pose assets. Maybe it's not a crazy idea, it's very logical, right? that for a character we want a lot of poses for it, so like not complete poses but parts of pose. So for example, the character sitting, we want sitting back and torso, hips, whatever, legs, we want a generic pose for that, or maybe more than one. And so when we have to recall something, like sometimes this happens and I'm not sure what's going on and I cannot reset for some reason. Oh, why the deform rig is there even showing? Oh, this moved. Alright, let's. Apparently this tilt all around, so that's why. Oh, something looks like it's snapping. So yeah, so this is probably because of some lack of I key control that I was trying to fix. So when I try to I key from, yeah, there again, from here it just starts to get crazy, which makes no sense to me, but yeah, this looks like some it just has to validate some weird pose. And there is nothing I can do about that for now. Even though, yeah, this is maybe there is something wrong about this particular. Now it happens on both sides, so yeah, it could be there's something wrong, but I think it's just the, maybe it's the inverse kinematics, which are, since they were, oh, here, there you go, X, no, this one is free, this one is, let's get the Control M and give this to both, Control Shift M here too, and lock axis. No, that still happened, but what about this one? The Z is locked. Not for this one. Yeah, this is very very chaotic right now. Why I'm rigging in the middle of an animation. I think I am addicted to rigging. So no, let's, yeah, so I think it relates, so we can check this immediately. I suspect these lockings here are, no, okay, maybe those things are causing rig havoc. No, maybe the lack. Okay, so we have Okay, we'll fix these values for everyone here and see. Ah, it stopped work. No, just an illusion. It even become worse. Ah. Yes, so apparently those things helped. It doesn't happen. Oh, it always even happened when I picked that one. So stiffness. It happens when I move it. Ah, so it's not a rotating thing. It's a moving thing. But it doesn't happen for the first one. It happens though for any of the following ones. Now that's interesting. So it's like, so it could be that these transformation constraints are ruining it. So let's turn off this stuff. No, don't reset. Okay, then just you. Okay, just the chain then. Alright, so apparently there's a conflict between, this looks like a thumb now. Yeah, apparently and unfortunately my rig here conflicts. Yeah, so this whole stuff very cool, but no, it creates some conflict which maybe there's a way to avoid. It takes the, yeah, it conflicts because as this moves on a non-reset position, they will be forced to, aha, I got an idea. What's happening is this adding rotation. It shouldn't be that. It should be, not add is criminal. It's like, so this must add. It could replace, but no, that's before. So what that means is that, okay, it's on. What means is that instead of adding anywhere, because there's no stack here, now the problem still happens, but here at least I have, no. Yeah, nice try, but at least we start to understand what's happening. The rotation transforms are stacking in a horrible way, and because of the I key, I think, or whatever transform that is affecting them, it is causing these bones to be affected by many rotations that are invalid in the long run. So maybe there is some way to fix that. No, it can be something related to bone constraints when we are dealing with this tool of the auto IK. So I think I have found this before in the past and don't remember, but this is why I turned this off. I had older ones I've deleted in this same stream, and I turned them off because there was conflict. So maybe I didn't investigate further. I just realized conflict, and oh no, that I was building this rig, this for auto IK. So let's see. Okay, so I was about to turn off it just to check if we can, if there is some other kind of bad interactions with. Now there's not this warping stuff, but it still can be bad because the rotations, they stack. Of course it's not as bad as before, but it's also not very good. So if I turn auto IK on, certainly I'll end up with this problem. So if I, and apparently there is no way to so I tried everything here. Maybe only replace can do something, but then what that means is that this posing will be like well, no, it is bizarre, but yeah, it's hard to control anyways. So no precision, like it starts to give some, but then it becomes a handicap. The question is that possible to use some automation with that won't have this same problem if I were using complete inverse kinematics with bone constraints, I mean? Then perhaps there would be ways to control this interference. The other way around it would be to try to implement a rig like this, which can sort of ignore the but there are too many joints here. That would be complicated, but it sounds feasible, and then I could probably stack multiple, yeah, because here it's like, so what do I prefer? Yeah, I prefer to ignore this, so I'm gonna just, unfortunately, just turn off this conflicting thing. I see no possibility here. Let's go to Control Shift M to select both hands and turn off this and whatever. Yeah, and I've lost my pose, so now this doesn't work, but okay, it's still there. Let's continue our animation after this interference. At least we've learned something. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why I wanted that automation. This can be a pose. We can create a pose for these fingers, for this hand, right? That should be valuable. Uh, okay, so something like that. It's sort of not very good, but that's what we've got for now. Yeah. Oh, a lot of volume loss from that thing. No, it's just interpenetration. So I never actually model, not even have models that glaive, that small sword, short sword, in too much in relation to the this pose of the finger. So this is why maybe it's not ideal, but we're getting close to something that, at least from a distance, looks adequate. Alright, she's holding the sword from not okay, so to pose this, if I remember correctly, okay, select the posable bones, then let's go to that animation, pose library, toggle asset library, whatever, yes, here. Then we want to how does that work now? Add pose. There was a big button, add pose. Apparently we need to, oh, this thing is on the way. All current file, user library, no, current file, show the assets, no application assets. Okay, so it's all, nothing, user library, okay, there's nothing. So what do we do here? Names. Okay, so maybe this is a work in progress. What is the command to add? Alright, so maybe you need to use the pose asset, the asset browser. Yes, so I barely remember. So you need to get current file. Oh, I have some stuff here. Okay, so essentials, no, this is something else. Current file, user library. Okay, maybe if there was something it was lost. So here, those are backup stuff that are maybe useless. So at least this one is some asset that we, this one, right? So let's see, how do we get it? Asset, create pose asset. Alright, then the camera needs to, yeah, I didn't want to touch that camera, but that's fine. We're gonna move it anyway, so we'll bring it to this. The camera view is, so name, hand, right, hand fist, right? No, hand is glaive, whatever. So we change this thing. Okay, that's clear, even though the glaive doesn't match a good pose here. We should approximate the hand, maybe. No, the glaive moves the hand, so can I it was probably I moved the model or the hand mesh at some rigging point. Okay, let's it's a funny way to hand a short sword like that. So maybe it has some special functionality. So now okay, we got a pose asset. So basically, if I were to reset the pose, where is my pose asset here? Glaive, it's not here, so current file, oh there we go. So except that I have to, well, sorry, screencast, can't I get it to somewhere else, or did I just disable it? It's easy, let's get it here. Alright, let's just change, never put it there, but there we go. So alright, no need any selection. Great. We got it. Alright, so next, now we can easily grab, she can easily grab this sword, the short sword. Let's start. Yeah, now I'm inspired. You see how a little things can make the total difference on this, on a 3D setting. She has some difficulty in stretching. Yeah, I would like to have more stretch. Her arms are too short, and I have problem with that many times. So the way to one way to solve that, yeah, you can stretch from here and also from here, but even that is not enough. So let's try to get this fixed by more rigging. So this is something I never did before, folks, which is about Shift F7 for the properties editor, which is rigging for animation, for 3D animation. Like as you animate, oh, I need that thing. So okay, no problem, let's make some adjustments. So what it okay, so this limit distance is for the torso, so this is not what matters. What I'm looking for is the distance for this thing. So this is like the outside. Did I yes, it's symmetrical. So what does that mean, the outside? Is that there's a barrier outside, so this can't get inside, it can't get. So if I turn this off, now I can, yeah, so it's a barrier inside. So that's what it means. This is for squashing. So for arm, I need some better idea for naming those things. Forearm, Never know what would be a good code, but that seems looks ugly, right? So this is for chapter. No, oh, looks very bad. So 4 parentheses is still the least worse, but it's bad for reading. Forearm. Forearm. Yeah, left and right doesn't matter for because they don't get symmetrized properly in the name of the things. The convention doesn't go here in the naming. So forearm squashing. No, it's upper arm. And actually we can shift control M, shift select this, alt, so now it's also there. No, let's do it again. Shift control M, select this, alt. Well, something went wrong. Is the, well, since it didn't work, so is the outside. Alright, then let's get this distance is fine, we don't need more squashing. Then let's get this is upper arm stretching, and so what we want here, this copy location is just a, wait, why it is activated? Of course, it influence is 0, doesn't matter. So this is pinning, elbow pinning. So it's important because as we have all those options, we don't know what they do. It's confusing. So this is straight ahead. So I want to augment these values. Now it alt should work. So this will stretch quite more on demand. So kinda confuses the I key, but that's nice, at least for the stretching it gets. And the problem is sometimes we tend to exaggerate, and there's some lagging there. We don't know what exact the limit before stretch. You see that if I go to the extend, posing becomes a bit strange, and then it lags little to return, some sort of extrapolation, but it's not too bad. Mesh wise it looks quite good, so at least that, well, depends. It will be for very specific pose. So no, don't reset. Alright, so here for the forearm stretching, so I'll use some names here. So limit scale, what is this? Oh, this was for some automation, of course. But now this bone affects the scaling, so just as this one, so, and the automation is ruined by other things, so old fingers automation, yeah. This is torso follow-up. This is special for this kind of rig, so that's what it means. Without it, the hand would stay. No? Okay, now it will follow anyways, but then there is a difference, but I don't remember right now. It depends on. Oh, it gives it starts to stretch the forearm before it carries it. That's the difference. Otherwise, it should. Well, but the. Oh, you see, it's not being. No, it carries the other hand, but not it. So that's why. So there's a. I can probably augment this value. It's more like. Sometimes if I have to bring that, I can always bring this bone, which is, so this is more about the torso, and this is the whole body, center of gravity, so this is more powerful. It is important that this carries. But there is no reason for the bone to remain that displaced. That's why we got this. So maybe it gets a bit displaced, but or not at all, because this value is it equivalent to one of this? No. So for some reason it they remain aligned. So I need to be careful now to see. So this can stretch more, and this looks a bit exaggerated, but this is animation, right? So this is an inside stretching. Maybe we want a little more of that. No, a little less, so it can squash more. So I'm not sure why, but yeah, it's animation. Maybe this is okay. So why it resets here? No, it's just an illusion. It's because this. It resets to. Okay, so it finds out that it resets to. Alright, I see. It resets to its original. It doesn't matter if this position of this, of course. It regards only itself. So, alright, so we can have that, that's fine. So this is forearm flashing, and we want same here. So no, what I'm doing, wait, this is upper arm target. This makes no sense. Oh no, it makes sense, of course. It's the tail of it, of course. So it's here. It makes sense, of course. So this was carefully done. So of course there can still be some mistakes, but usually this is safe. So since I don't know exactly everything by heart here, I need to be careful. So forearm stretching, and so this is where perhaps I want a little more exaggeration. So just because it's animation, sometimes the character falls and I wanted the arms to go beyond her head, and they don't reach, they just don't reach, so she couldn't protect her head from the falling on the floor. So that was very bad, and so if I made her arms longer, that could help, but also at the same time it doesn't fit the character design, I think. So maybe her head is a bit too big, although I try to respect the model sheet, and that's what it gave me. Here I'm having some trouble. Something that could be because of, yeah, displacement, or so yeah, I'm sometimes something weird happen. Right now I'm not sure. This should be able to stretch the hand, but no. Oh, it is limiting by the torso, of course. It needs to, that was the case. Alright, so okay, so it couldn't push, even though the form bone could stretch more, not this bone, because it doesn't follow, and it will be difficult to match that distance. But okay, so if I get this too far, yeah, it cannot follow even if I reset. So I can have an idea. The problem is the values here are the distance this is the distance from the tail of the forearm. This is not the distance from the torso, so it's unlikely I'll match exactly. But we can see from here, yeah, so at this point there is no more. Okay, good fixing, so many good stuff happening here. And can reset that. So I could be posing the pole target instead, but this apparently doesn't allow me to stretch, so this I found another functionality for these bones here, which I wasn't totally expecting. Yeah, I didn't make this bone for that, and they ended up being interesting for that purpose. So curious, good serendipity, yeah. Occasional good findings on an adventure. So here I forgot to, yeah, did I finish that? Yes, we made change here, but forearm, and can I symmetrize that? Symmetrize, let's see. Okay, change the name, all automatic, great. And that's it. Yeah, so except that I lost my balls. Alright, that's okay, we'll do it again. Accidentally dismissed the balls, so we want to stretch here, stretch here. Actually, we can stretch with this, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the limit. So we don't need to change that other one for this. And then here we can yeah, here good stretching. And so yeah, I could make this yeah, here we're having heavy casualty with what's happening to the something about the rotation of this. Something about the rotations here, folks. Oh, the rotations. Okay, I've reset the rotations, but it seems it's responding oddly. But okay, at least it's responding. Here, let's see. We are on Alt. Oh, is it responding only because of Alt I key? Control Alt X. No, it has Shift Alt X. No, it has nothing to do with that apparently. So I want it on, provided it doesn't ruin some stuff that we do. Usually it's not a problem for the control rig, but there could be situations where we could have to be turning it on and off because of some specific control bones that require that conflict with I key. So yeah, that can happen. Usually I don't have those bones for some reason, so I'm okay to leave it on most of the time. So you see how much time it took for posing that, and now I see that I have some issues here with the follow-up. I expected, oh, maybe in this case, yeah, but then we don't have I wanted that, but okay, so perhaps there's a way. So we pick cursor, let's see what are the, so the I key and this. Yeah, sort of, not the best thing, but that's better than nothing. There is some offsetting of this hand, but we can sort of now I don't need that anymore. So oh yeah, let's make some pose for the eyes, so that will be Shift X for mirror. So I'm not even sure now what will be the correct pose. Yeah, there's not a good situation to do this, but we can. Alright, so there looks to be some asymmetry in the eye mesh, but alright, so let's say that we want this and their pair, and then I get why not, again I need the shortcut for that. Then with just this, let's Alt and moving this would yeah, the bad results of course is because of the modifier, right? So which is by simplified, but doesn't matter. What I want here is open eyes. So no, okay, so here we want this okay, whatever, this not a great shot for the eyes, but that will do. So you can easily recall the open eyes, because I need an automation for that, thought about already, but no, not for now. Asset, there's no button for that apparently. There you go, this, so it's just for the eyes. So if I reset that, she looks angry, then fixed. We can also try some closed eyes, but this is not optimal. There are some problems going on, and we don't need this for, yeah, we can't use this for total closed eye, because there are some other deforms that we can use it a little, but not too much, because of the, yeah. So what I'm going to do, I have to access the other eyes control. So yeah, let's make some small tiny adjustments here, but then the rest is the eyelashes bones, no, yeah, the eyelids bones, which control the eyelashes through automation. And let's try to also, it doesn't matter really how many bones we take to fix that, but provide they are all selected. Yeah, here is interpreters because of the lack of the modifier, right? So that I can get a better look. We can do better about this. Alright, I don't know, here's there anything else. It looks beautiful enough for a stylized cartoon character, yeah. .3D, that looks cool. Okay, so that will be okay, there's no name here, we'll call it eyes open, and this will be asset create asset, so eyes closed, and the camera, let's change here, yeah, better now. And now let's see anything else. Oh, I didn't save properly. Good that I saw that in time. So in order to save something like that, I'll pick all these. Yeah, and so I think we cannot edit, so let's delete delete pose, no. Oh, select pose, we can redo that. Ah, that was great. We can fix, haha, the pose assets upgrade. I didn't know about that. That is great. We couldn't do this. Now there's operators here to reselect, deselect bones, and so we can, they are already marked as sign, that looks like that. So that means that just means, no, what's happening? Oh, the bones must be visible. Something is weird here. Something is not responding. Oh, I need to, okay, I know what's going on. It's because this pose asset, I should have, okay, so it's simple. It's just that I need to reset for this pose asset. I need to reset this. So if I reset, yeah, what happens is the control for the eyes is elsewhere, so it's hard to pick. So these ones plus control eyes, so that these ones, if I reset all of them, it gives me that. The problem is that when these are master bones. They control many of the, yeah, nearly everything. Yeah, they control it except that this from the bottom and this from the top. So when I save that, I save it wrongly. This will be a dead pose asset in older Blender, but right now we can solve it by just refixing this. So it's select pose bones. Okay, I recalled, but this recall only the pose for this, but then it needs to save the others components otherwise. So select those bones. So now it can control everything there, and for some reason, okay, so if I this is the rest position, but now it recalls everything. Now I need to perhaps do the same for this pose, which is not recalling. Select pose bone, maybe I ruined it. Yeah, so something got ruined there. This one seems to be correct, and this one seems to be ruined. So I'm gonna have to repose that. I don't know what happened, so or maybe I just, yeah, I'm not sure right now, but I've reset. There's some weird bone. Yeah, let's, my mouse is going crazy. So clear asset, let's redo that one. I don't know what happened, so I'll just fix that. Then this, yeah, so I'd say that I was just going to and then there is some, yeah, just some trying to improve here. Oh, it shouldn't move the camera, but whatever, it's done. Without the subdivision surface modifier, that all that thing gets messed up, but that she looks happy like that, but this was not exactly my intention. Let's just reduce this, the height of these ones, height. It's struggling with the shrink wrap, bone constraint it gets. Maybe we can move this. Okay, these are details. It's sort of fixed again. So let's create pose assets. Then we'll call that eyes closed, and we forgot. Okay, now select pose bones. That should mean that assign action. Set this pose action as active. Should we need to, yeah, so maybe we need to assign action. Okay, so things are, something weird is happening, that it's not being recalled. So looks like bugs. So I'm doing something terribly wrong. apply pose, apply pose, apply pose. It's not recording, so something. Let's try again. Okay, let's do fast here. So we got this. Maybe it's not so simple to say. Alright, so let's try here. And no, it seems to be this one. I've seen saved appropriately. Let's try again. So maybe it's still bugged, or it's still, oh, there's other. What is this? No, not the case. Is there any other? No. Clear asset, must be careful, it's too little space to manage all that. Okay, this time I won't get it wrong. So here, that's fine. Then select everything, asset, create asset. So eyes closed, and then it comes here, and then let's save here, then here, finally. So apparently this doesn't fix anything, it's still bugged. I hope I'm wrong, but if it's the case, let them fix it at some point soon enough, because this is a too valuable feature in Blender to. So can we change the order here? No, this is just the in between, right? Great stuff. Yeah. Oh, we got this too. No, the hand there is nothing to in between, so that's fine. Not even a rest pose, so whatever. Well, if you want to say this, for me this is animation enough for one day. This quality of being able to make all this stuff, that is very, very good, very, very nice. But still frustrated with some things that I still don't know, or that I'm not sure how they work. But this is getting good. It's a bit late here also, so what I should do is probably, yeah. Okay, so I don't know what happened to that. Let's try to. Okay, certainly it's not respecting the gravity. There is a rotation, yes, but this is. Maybe I should have mount gravity. Okay, so this will be perhaps the last thing we'll be doing. Let's see. Why they have these values, strange values. Yeah, there are a lot of strange values for the objects. Some things probably need to check. Maybe they were, yeah, posed randomly, so on many occasions. Oh, location is probably not the case, but this, yeah, maybe I shouldn't be moving those stuff. Okay, there we go. Hair loss. Yeah, let's deal with the armature. This is a detail again, I hope so. Where is the armature? Okay, so we need to be able to, yeah, since we are here, let's change that. All right, and what about the physics of these bones? Animation. No, it's not animation, it's wiggle. Yeah, animation wiggle. Stiffness. Alright, so the stiffness of the bones of the cloak are excessive, and so we can address this by, let's do it, yeah, this 220, 200, there we go. So it was a horrible mistake. This is too slow. Object is body, yeah, collision with body. Let's make sure it remains like that. And we want, yeah, less stiffness even. Mass, let's see about the mass. Should it, I'm not gonna make too many tests here, but with the body, with the animation, we just want something more. Yeah, we could augment gravity. That could be useful for this case. Then in that case we could augment the stiffness a little. Mass, I think that's fine. Stretch. No, not stretch. A little, yes, but not too much. That will be 0. Okay, let it be, oh, maybe here. Dump, maybe less dump, because yeah, some dump is cool. It was too high, I guess. We don't want it to be jiggling too much all the time, so that is good amount, I think. Maybe it's stretching a bit too much. I don't know, it's totally the stiffness, maybe it needs a little more, and gravity, maybe it's too strong here. It seems it is losing some, yeah, because the gravity is too strong, so it's forcing it, and it's too heavy. It's like it's lacking some inner collision, right? But probably is the excessive gravity. It doesn't need to be that much. Maybe it's still too much, and this is invert gravity. But if the gravity is not 1, then on gonna pose like that. It's strange, it's like the object is being rotated. I need to find a solution for that. It's the same for the ponytail, right? So isn't that working altogether? Yeah, auto key. I have auto key, but I cannot control the. It looks like physics has its own auto key. It counters the auto key. So I'm creating infinite amount of keyframes here. Okay, this is bad. Hopefully this was not in the middle of a long animation, so that's safe. Def ponytail, I can't totally. Yeah, let's delete this. Well, simply just delete this. Looks like they still got keyframes. Why I'm eyes closer? Why am those? What kind of action is this, by the way? Alright, so that's a lot of progress already, but we let's see, is there anything else I can do here of interest besides that? Yeah, some rendering maybe. Let's see some pose that could look good in. Okay, so I'm lacking something. Why not pivoting correctly? Oh, it lost some reference. Okay. Now, yes. So posing, yes, posing, that is the good stuff. Every little detail. shoulders individually. Oh, this arm is going a bit up, while this maybe more to the front. And the skirt is not having physics, right? So let's try to revalidate those bones. It has got physics too. It had. So should be simple now that I know that I've cloth skirt, alright. So select all, nothing else in this layer, in this bone collection. No, it's animation, wiggle 2, and well, this will be left on. This doesn't collapse more than that, so select enable. Okay, I'll select enable. This doesn't have physics enable. Okay, they are basal, then no problem. Maybe that's what I've developed since the beginning, so I'm not touching that. We are going to get this to bone tail, wiggle, bone tail, yes, of course. So the stiffness here we know about. These are not being deformed bones apparently, because nothing worked anymore. So no, they are deformed bones, so why not moving? No wave painting. Yeah, so bad thing. This is not an easy skirt to wave paint. This is a sort of nightmarish. There's two layers. We can try assign to, yeah, this didn't assign correctly, this not. Yeah, so these are invert, so okay, let's do some crazy wave paint here. And there is a good that good idea, not ideal, but that can be useful now. Technique of wave painting where it can cross. Where is the? It's here. So projected and sort of. Is that enough? Front face fall off. Why this not applicable? So stroke, brush. Okay, here. So yeah, so this will traverse whatever is underneath. It's not it doesn't go too far, but it's enough to disrupt rigging, easy rigging of that. So no, thank you. Let's try to simplify this. Here we want some generic waves here, probably all wrong waves, but I think I've exaggerated on the sides. Yeah. And let's oh yeah, then of course I got wrong waves there. No, let's delete all these. So now we don't want to cross the other side. Let's try to just smooth this out. Smooth cannot traverse because unless there are already, I guess, waves there, it's not the case. So yeah, very poor wave painting here, but should be something like that that would work. So here I don't risk to wave paint the mirrored side from this angle. Like I cannot paint there, that's what I mean. And here we continue. That is looking okay. Just making sure we, yeah, so now just the blurring, it should be safe. Alright, that's, and then for the last one, blur on the top, over the middle and top. And here maybe we can blur a lot, whatever, to have more blended waves. Shouldn't be a terrible idea. And same here. So we can improve that later, of course, and there's no guarantee that this will be any good. We barely see any. Oh, here we go. So the collisions for the skirt is one of the biggest trouble I found. So we need to perhaps augment this radius. The mass, maybe it's too much. Gravity, let's reset. Oh, it is just one bone. Let's do again. So select enable. I've made different for each, but since we are redoing this, we'll copy everything. Select enable. Okay. This is enable? No. This probably was a mistake. Alright. After we can make it a 2, but for now let's maintain. Select enable. There we go. So start with bone tail, mass. Let's reset to 1. So maybe this. So gravity, of course, we don't want to. Well, this could be good for winds or stuff like that, but that's not. Just wanted to see the effect. Okay, so the skirt with very low gravity is actually not too bad. But now let's add gravity nonetheless. Then more mass. It needs to fall. There's collision skirt collection might be causing problems. So instead we gotta get object and body, maybe just to simplify. So friction, yes, let's add bounce, maybe just sticky, yeah, sticky, and it's not clear that the collision is doing too much. So stiffness apparently is good. Radius, maybe that is causing some. Okay, so we need maybe a radius shouldn't be 0. but it needs to be this is problem. Friction, bounce, maybe more bounce, I don't know. Less stickiness, less thickness. Maybe friction. Stretch, stretch, we need some stretch. And mass, maybe it's too heavy and must be lighter too. Stiffness, maybe requires gravity. Let's skip gravity. What if we... Okay, augmenting gravity is actually interesting. Stretch can be adequate to... And oh, it has too much dump. Yeah, that's... So dump is one, but let's... Yeah, and some position of those bones are weird, so this an old rig in friction, let's reduce friction, let's reduce this. So okay, the collisions at least, okay, this pose maybe is not too difficult for collisions, but let's try to... Yeah, there are some changes to the mesh, so the reason it is positioned like that is because it is already stretched from the rest position. This is a rest position that is not very good for skirt rig because it just makes it more difficult for the regularity of the rig. So this is also very complicated, I found out, but with a good physics system it shouldn't be a problem, but it is. For me it was. So I completely... So this is a problem that I'm still investigating. I stopped. So another reason why at first glance it looks good, but then all the deforms that are caused on the skirt due to this position is from another world. So it's like we needed corrective bones for this thing, although it would be just physics, right? But no, there's the skinny algorithm, and also there's the problematic of how the physics will relate. Yeah, because it will have to deal with collisions. So in principle it's complicated, and I'm not expert in physics sufficiently to know how to handle that. But yeah, we end up with an interesting pose. Let's try to get a good screenshot. Although it's not an animation, we need the something about the camera is not working. uh, the camera is keyframed somewhere. Alright, so apparently there are camera keyframes somewhere that I'm not in an action, so what's going on? It's probably more of this madness thing. This is disabled, so it shouldn't be causing that. We see that there's a camera keyframe. Maybe we need the dope shit. So yeah, here we go. There is, as a reach for this. What are those previous actions? Well, there's a dart, and this is, yeah, there's a camera keyframe. We don't need the camera, but why I can't select, why the camera seems to be bound to the, well, whatever, let's just the glare is not showing in rendering. Okay, I think we can turn, no we can't, because why it wants outside of an action to select. Oh, the armature and the camera were okay, the camera is playing from nowhere, from those previous keyframes, which are, oh, okay, so those are useless keyframes. The only, oh, okay, I was lucky because I deleted the keyframes, but the pose remained. So yeah, finally a good use for that feature in Blender. Now I can, okay, so what we can get here, I want whatever physics, okay, this is good for the cloak. Let's ignore the rest and see if we can get, okay, this is EV I think, but we want to have, we could try cycles. I think it won't work, there's too much. No, it will work, so okay, so oh, and then also some objects here that needs to be visible in the here, and that's it. So is that it? Yeah, so this is a very poor render, but as I was trying with some style, so cycle is not ready. None of them are ready, but some are more feasible. Like this is much better. EV, very stylish, but it can be improved certainly. Looks like some game stuff maybe, but and there is workbench, which currently is the one that is fitting the best in terms of style. So but it's not relying, of course we could get some changes here. Can probably develop something here a little better. Let's see. The compositor is doing a lot of stuff. So compositor, this is the EV standard. It is being processed with the there are two EV standard, but they are nearly the same, so alright, so we can, by switching, let's see if we can get of course, one of the effects that is going on, that is blurring everything, is this new feature, it is everywhere. I'm putting the Kuwahara effect and filter, and yeah, so maybe I need to make a how do I swap that? I don't know. Okay, maybe I do that. Alright, so I know. So if I mute that, we have something. So, oh, I forgot to enable the simplify. Where is that? Disable simplify. Okay. Still bad things. Some strange things on the mesh. I don't know. I think those are texture problems, UV stuff that got disabled. But let's now if I enable this. I'm using switch, so it goes to this one on the bottom. Let's try more natural, some more brightness here. Ah, this looks good, interesting. Alright, then let's reduce the sharpness, start to get some bloom effect, not too bad. It's like we were using 0.6. This looks good with this light, so it doesn't need to be that. So if I change here and mute this one, yeah, it's nearly the same thing actually, but I sort of prefer this version. Uniformity, here this might be a bit difficult to track. I don't see anything. Controls the direction of the filter. Higher values produce more uniform directions. Okay, so this could create some artifacts regarding, but I don't see much difference, so let's leave it like that. Controls how direction of the field completely omnidirectional, while 2 minutes it is maximal also something that can't see in this image much effect. Then size to larger values gives stronger stylized effect. Yeah, so we don't want this kind of, we want something more soft. And apparently my Blender crashed. I don't have enough memory. So folks, I think that was it for now. It's already quite late today, so thanks for watching. We'll continue with this animation that was not so animatable on the next times, next days, and more rigging, of course, and all that. So happy blending, folks. Have a nice week that is starting, and take care. See you soon.